Hello there. You are listening to Marry a Prince by Sophie Page. And to act as a little introduction, I will start with the blurb, the about the book. One night is about to change Bella's life forever. Bella Greenwood isn't a fairy tale girl. If pushed, she'd probably tell you that her perfect wedding would involve a handful of close friends and family. But as she's never met anyone she'd like to marry, it's a moot point. Until, in a midnight garden, Bella is helped out of an embarrassing situation by a tall, dark, handsome man with laughing eyes. And suddenly, her life changes forever, because the man is the world's most eligible bachelor, Prince Richard, heir to the throne. Richard sweeps her off her feet, and before she knows it, they're engaged. Which is when Bella's problems really begin. Suddenly, she is public property, and as if it isn't enough to have her every move watched, while also learning to curtsy and negotiating the etiquette of how to address her future mother-in-law, she soon finds herself embroiled in bridesmaid politics, a right royal hen night, and a wedding dress controversy that causes a national scandal. Can this ordinary girl survive the preparations for her very own royal wedding? So, Chapter 1. Heir to the throne, dumped again. Royal Watchers magazine. Bella Greenwood arrived back in London 2 months earlier than she was supposed to. It was the end of September, a cold Friday, and her credit card was still deactivated, which she expected. And she couldn't call and revive it because her mobile phone was as dead as a dodo, which she didn't. Suddenly, her backpack seemed awfully heavy. She put it down and sat on it while she considered her options. She knew what Granny Georgia would say. There's always another path. A sensible woman will find it. Okay, said Bella, flexing her tired shoulders. What's the other path here? In the end, she found a public telephone that took coins and, after failing to connect with her mother, ended up speaking to her stepfather at work as the machine swallowed the coins at an alarming rate. Costa Coffee, Waterloo Station, 5 o'clock, he yelled as the beep started. So Bella made her way across London and sat at one of the shiny silver tables, trying to warm her hands round a mug of coffee and scanning the commuter crowds for Kevin Bray's tall figure. But, in the end, he was nearly upon her before she caught sight of him. Look, Bella, he said, plonking himself down in the chair opposite. It's good to see you, of course, but this weekend is just not on. Your mother's got people staying. Your room's occupied. I'm sorry. Bella had been travelling for 4 days by then. All she wanted Kevin to do, really, was pick up her backpack, shepherd her onto the train, and take her back to the comfortable Hampshire villa where she could have a warm bath and climb into her bed and sleep for about 100 years. A hug would have been nice too, but she was philosophical about that. Kevin was not a natural hugger, and Bella had come into his life too late for him to adjust his habits. Kevin had many qualities that her natural father, H.T. Greenwood, the explorer, lacked, most notably not being out of the country all the time. So Bella was reconciled to there being no hug. But no bath, no bed, no monster sleep either. This couldn't be happening. Not on? She echoed, bewildered. Jet lag always slowed her down. Kevin could not quite meet her eyes. It's this charity ball tomorrow night. Your mother's on the committee. Been working on it for months. We're taking a party, of course. The house is full. You know your mother." Yes, Bella knew what her mother was like. She fought down brain fog and interpreted. "You mean she doesn't want me home because she's partying with the movers and shakers of much piddling in the Wold?" Kevin was shocked. He was a nice man. "Of course not. She wants you home. We both do. She can't wait to see you. Only," Bella sagged, "only not this weekend. There's so much to do, and the house, well, it's full, you said." He winced. "Sorry. If we'd have only known, but we thought you were staying out on your island until after Christmas." "So did I," said Bella, desolately. But her words were lost in the echoing station announcements and the stampede of Friday night's commuters. "You should have let us know sooner," said her stepfather firmly. "Call your mother on Sunday after the ball, and she'll sort out a date for you to come down." "You've got somewhere to stay?" And before she could answer, "You'll need some cash, I bet. Won't have had time to sort yourself out. If only you got in this afternoon." He had come prepared. He stuffed a wad of notes into Bella's hand and cast a harassed look at the departures board. It was clicking away, replacing lists of departed trains with those that would go any minute now. "Look, I've got to go or I'll miss my train. Your mother sends her love. Bye." He kissed Bella's cheek awkwardly and stepped back, nearly stumbling over the corner of the backpack. He righted himself just before he had to see it and strode off before she could protest. Bella would have called after him, but a sudden yawn nearly took her head off, and then he was gone in the crowd. Her eyes burned with tiredness. She looked down at the notes in her hand. They were 50s, she saw, a big fat pincushion of £50 notes. And then she realised he must have given her enough money to pay for a hotel in London for the whole weekend. The very thought of finding a hotel, checking in, talking, made her want to sink down onto the shiny floor of the concourse and go to sleep right where she was. But she was a seasoned traveller now, and she knew from experience, not just Granny George's homilies, that you did not go to sleep until you were indoors and safe. If her old mobile had been working, she would have texted her best friend, Charlotte Hendred. But as it was, she had to start with the public telephone system again. "Man is a problem-solving animal," said Bella between her teeth. She stripped one of her stepfather's £50 notes off the wad, stuffed the rest inside her bra, and hauled her backpack onto her shoulders. She bought some chocolate along with an expensive glossy magazine so that the man on the till didn't mind giving her change for £50, and started the business of tracking down Lottie. It didn't take long. Bella couldn't remember her mobile number, but she knew the name of the big PR agency where her friend worked. She found the number, and the switchboard found Lottie in seconds. "Bella!" she squeaked. "Where are you?" "Waterloo." "Belgium?" said Lottie, bewildered. "You've left the island?" Bella choked with laughter. "Waterloo Station. I'm home." Lottie squeaked quite a bit more at that. She was probably bouncing on her seat, thought Bella, warmed. "Look, Lottie, it was all a bit last minute and I haven't organised myself anywhere to stay." And Lottie, who had known Bella forever, did not say, "What about your mother's place? Where's your father? Can't you stay with your brother and his wife?" She said, "Great! Crash chez moi. Can't wait to catch up. In fact, I'm closing my laptop even as we speak. I'll be home in half an hour. Race you." So, Bella blew some more of her stepfather's cash on a taxi to the Pimlico flat and got her hug from Lottie, followed by the promise of several bottles of wine and a blissful shower. "I've made up your bed. Now tell all," said Lottie as Bella padded out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, with her blonde hair dark and dripping. The wine bottle was already open on the low coffee table. Lottie poured 2 generous glasses as Bella sank into the deep sofa with a sigh of pure bliss. "This is so good. I feel clean for the first time in days. Hell no, for the first time in months. I'm sorry to dump myself on you. Lottie waved that away. Garbage, she said briskly. Couldn't be better. The harpy I used to share with moved out last month to be with the man of her dreams. Poor sod. I was thinking I ought to rent out her room, but I don't really fancy living with another stranger. Not after the harpy. So I didn't get round to it. And now you're here. She raised her glass in a silent toast. Sometimes the Lord provides. Bella laughed and raised her glass in return. Lottie Hendred, you're a star. Stay as long as you want. Lottie curled up in the armchair and tucked her bare toes under the skirts of her exotic Eastern robe. Lovely idea, but I'm not sure I can afford to. Lottie raised her perfectly arched eyebrows. Explain? Well, to be honest, Lottie, I've got to get a job. Fast. Lottie's brown eyes were shrewd. Island job didn't materialise then? Bella shook her head. Go on, say it. Everyone else will. Say, I told you so. Lottie was indignant. I never say I told you so. Anyway, what do I know? But you never trusted Francis. I thought, said Lottie carefully, that be my unpaid assistant for a year and I'll give you a job didn't sound much of a deal. Or, well, terribly reliable. You were right, said Bella gloomily. Want to talk about it? Bella shrugged. She swirled her wine, staring into its ruby surface as if she were seeing something very different from reflected firelight and the pleasant room. There wasn't a job, ventured Lottie at last. Bella came back into the present. Oh, there was a job all right. One job, and about 20 of us that Francis had offered it to. Lottie sat bolt upright and her wine spilled. Blimey, the man is a real operator, she said, with respect. 20? Bella forced a smile. Not all at the same time. They came and went, usually when they found the job was counting fish. I lasted longer than pretty much everyone else. Why? You know me, Lottie. Never know when I'm beaten. There was an edge to Bella's voice. Besides, they got me teaching the kids in the school a bit. Made me feel like I was doing something real. Better than counting bloody fish, anyway, said Lottie with feeling. Bella drained her glass and reached for the bottle. Ain't that the truth? Pissed off Francis, too, she added with satisfaction. I was supposed to be there to run his errands, not work with the villagers. She topped up Lottie's wine as well. Boils on the bum to Francis Donn. Lottie's eyes gleamed. I'll drink to that. They both did, glasses solemnly raised. So what do you do next? Bella shook her head. I honestly don't know. She stretched. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad I went. I learned a lot. But, well, I don't think I'm really a born ecologist. I like people more than fish. Thank God for that, at least. I thought I might do a course on teaching English as a foreign language. I seem to be quite good at it. But I've got all these debts and my father will disown me if I don't start earning. So, it's the temp agency for me tomorrow. Lottie looked at her carefully. I thought you'd said you'd input your last invoice when you left college. Bella pulled a face. I know, but needs must. Besides, I have a sentimental desire to see a paycheck again. Fair enough. But wait until Monday. I've got an invitation to a fabulous party tomorrow night, and you've just gotta come too. Great, said Bella, and suddenly cracked a massive yawn. Oops, sorry. I'll give you a hot water bottle, said Lottie. The heating has been off in that room for weeks. Come on, you. Sleepy time. And Bella staggered off to clean her teeth before falling into bed and sleeping for 14 hours straight. She woke to find Lottie had gone out, leaving 2 messages on the table in the tiny kitchen. The first was vintage Lottie Hendred. V posh party tonight. Pick a dress. Any dress. The other was a phone message. "Robopop rang in case you were here. He says don't call your mother too early on Sunday." Pillock. Lottie really did not need to add that last word, thought Bella wryly. Lottie had never liked Kevin. Bella was always telling Lottie that her mother's obsession with climbing the social heights of the local history society and the ladies' golf section was not his fault. Lottie had never believed her, but Bella knew her mother. Turning over Kevin's message, she could almost hear her mother saying it. "Don't call too early. Don't call too early." Gee, thanks, Mum. Suddenly, gloriously, Bella was so angry that she knew exactly what she was going to do. She was not going to raid Lottie's wardrobe, though they had cheerfully borrowed from each other for 3 years at university, and even before that. But today, Bella was going to splurge Kevin's conscience money on a dress and pretty, crazy shoes, and she was going to go to that posh party and dance until morning, or possibly the morning after. Don't call too early. She was going to party so hard she wouldn't be able to call her mother for a week. Of course, it didn't work out like that. For one thing, she needed more than party wear, as Lottie, returning from the Saturday grocery shop, told her crisply. For 10 months, Bella had lived in shorts and t-shirt or diving gear. She had no clothes to wrap herself up in against the chill breezes of a London autumn, and she soon realised that her much-washed underwear was about to disintegrate. "Besides," said Lottie, sitting on Bella's bed and surveying the contents of the backpack critically, "your hair is like straw. I just have to look at it and I smell seaweed." "Don't mention seaweed. We had it for dinner twice a week." Lottie was appalled. "You're joking, right?" Bella shook her head, her eyes dancing. Lottie moaned. "It was a very healthy lifestyle, out in the fresh air, bags of exercise, healthy diet." "Seaweed?" Bella grinned. "I said healthy, not tasty. Seaweed is full of minerals." Lottie shuddered. "And what does it taste like?" "Oh, pants," said Bella matter-of-factly. "But when you're hungry, you'll eat anything. And it really is nutritionally good value." "You were hungry?" Yes." "Well, no wonder you look so terrible." "Do I?" Startled, Bella peered at herself in her predecessor's massive mirror. What she saw was not that bad. Okay, the blonde hair was a haystack and her hands were a bit rough by Lottie's metropolitan PR industry standard, but she had a faint golden tan from working under the tropical sun, and her eyes sparkled. She'd certainly lost that puffy, pasty look she had when she left England last November. She decided to take a stand. "I think I look pretty good, actually. I've got cheekbones for the first time in my life." "Huh, that's not all you've got. I could cut myself on those shoulder blades." "What?" "Look at yourself," begged Lottie. She took Bella and turned her round, so that she could see over her shoulder into the mirror. "You've got a backbone like a kipper." Bloody Francis," she spat, her eyes bright. "He manipulated you, ran you ragged. Then on top of that, he went and starved you." Bella put an arm round her friend's shoulders and hugged her. "Don't worry, Lots. Give me a week in the same town as Maison Paul's chocolate donuts and I'll be back to the pudding you know and love." Lottie fished for a tissue but said tartly, "Well, I certainly hope so. And I'll book you an appointment with Carlos too. He'll have a heart attack when he sees your hair." "Okay," said Bella peaceably. "And you need to reactivate your cell phone. Gotta keep in touch." Peaceable was one thing. Doormat was another. "You know, you've got very bossy." "Bossy? Nonsense. I'm a decisive manager," corrected Lottie loftily. She fled as Bella threw a pillow at her. "And get your nails done," wafted back from the sitting room. So, Bella went out and bought everything from the skin up, including a party dress for tonight, and a woolly hat, scarf, and gloves for immediate use. A nice guy in the phone shop tried hard to get her mobile working again, But in the end, he had to give up. He wanted to sell her the latest one, but her credit card was still in suspension until she rang them up and told them she was back in the country, and her mother's maiden name. So, she reluctantly shook her head at an all-singing, all-dancing Formula One of a phone and settled for a plain old replacement. The shop guy sympathised with her credit card hiccup and threw in a pink and glittery clip-on cover for the new phone as consolation. He even transferred the SIM card for her and handed it over with a flourish. Bella went back to the flat in triumph. She found Lottie wedged into a corner of the kitchen, waiting for the microwave to ping while leafing through a thick, glossy magazine. She looked up as Bella came in. "Hi there. Did you buy this copy of Mondan?" Bella put down her carrier bags and unwound the new woolly scarf. "Yup. I had to break into a £50 note at Waterloo last night. It was the most expensive mag I could find." Lottie nodded enthusiastically. "I'll bet. We take it at work, but I never get to see it. People pounce on it as soon as it comes in. Have you looked at this piece on the top 10 eligibles? Just gorgeous." "The men or the article?" "Both." The microwave pinged, and Lottie removed a frothing mug of hot chocolate. "Do you want one?" Bella didn't really, but she said yes to be sociable. She looked at Mondan's gallery of gorgeous guys for the same reason. Shedding the cherry-red hat and gloves, she fluffed out her hair and peered over Lottie's shoulder. "Who's that?" "Milo Crane, from Sci-Fi the movie." Bella looked blank. "You must have heard of him. He's the newest hottie on the block ever since the movie came out." "Haven't seen it. Don't forget I was 50 miles away from the nearest internet connection, Lottie. TV and films didn't figure at all." Lottie shuddered. "Unbelievable. Well, who do you know out of this lot?" The photographs were works of art. A lithe fast bowler stretching up to a cloudless sky, the newest software billionaire, endearingly scruffy, staring blankly at a screen where his company's share price was rocketing. Richard, Prince of Wales, at some ceremony, looking startlingly handsome in a scarlet uniform that any one of his ancestors of the last 3 centuries could have worn, gleaming gold, embellished sword and all. "All of them except Milo," said Bella, somewhat reassured. Lottie put her head on one side. "Fabulous photo of the prince, don't you think?" Bella considered. He looked eager and determined. "Full of va-va-voom," she conceded. "But you'd want to stay well clear of that sword." Lottie choked. "I suppose so, but he's still mega fanciable." "If you say so." The microwave pinged, and Bella took out her own hot chocolate. "Don't you think so?" Bella shrugged. "Royals in military fancy dress don't do it for me. I overdosed on the Prisoner of Zenda when I was a kid. Sorry. Don't forget, I'm the daughter of a fully paid-up anti-monarchist." "Oh, but—" Lottie started to say, then changed her mind. "What?" "Oh, nothing." "I know that look. It isn't nothing. Spit it out." "You wouldn't actually be nasty to Prince Richard, would you?" "Bella? I mean, if you came across him somewhere." She sounded so worried that Bella was touched. "Don't worry, lots. I'm not that far gone. I wasn't nasty to Francis, and as you pointed out, he starved me. Quite apart from breaking his promises. The toad. Hell, I won't even swear at Carlos if he turns my hair green again." At that, Lottie looked really alarmed. "No, don't! You have no idea the favour he's doing for you, fitting you in at all. He said it was for old time's sake, but make no mistake, Carlos can pick and choose his clients these days. So play it nice, Bella, please. For me." So, an hour later, Bella was sitting in a very smart grey and lavender decorated salon, and not so much as murmuring a protest, while Carlos, Lottie's longtime friend and increasingly fashionable hairdresser, lectured her on letting her hair go and the importance of conditioner. He plastered her hair with something that smelled of apricots, wrapped it in a towel, and left her to leaf through a bunch of celebrity magazines. Unlike Mondain, these were full of people she didn't know. With their orange tans and day-glow teeth, the various celebrities had been photographed at buzzy parties and premieres in London, Hollywood, and the south of France. Bella didn't know their names, their faces, or what they were famous for. "I don't even recognize the names of the dress designers anymore," she sighed. "Have I been gone this long?" "Much too long, doll," said Carlos, flicking her hair. "This is going to take months of work." "Well, see what you can do for today. Lottie's taking me to a party tonight." "Aha! A party?" His eyes lit up at the challenge, and he began to mutter to himself. Realizing that her participation was not required, Bella turned to Sherlock, the satirical magazine that her father always bought, with its wicked cartoons and sly comments on politicians and media figures. Though even there, many of the names were new to her. It was almost a relief to find a piece on the royal family. At least they were still the same, even if Sherlock didn't think much of them. The magazine was running a spoof advertisement for the royal pantomime or Snow White's Escape, starring a flashing-eyed brunette called Deborah as Snow White, with the king and his family as the 7 dwarfs. Bella had never heard of brunette Deborah either. "I think I just lost a year of my life," she told Carlos ruefully. He peered over her shoulder at a cartoon of the 3 youngest dwarfs tap dancing. Their faces were recognizably those of Prince George, Princess Eleanor, and the heir to the throne, Prince Richard. "Dim, ditzy, and dull were excited," read the caption. Carlos grinned. "Poor bastard. Every time a girl dumps him, it's all over the tabloids. And now Sherlock is calling him dull. That's got to hurt. It'll stick, too." "I suppose so," said Bella, not much interested in the PR problems of the king's eldest son. But the other people in the salon didn't agree. "Who said she dumped him?" said the grey-haired woman on Bella's right indignantly. "She's dating someone else," Carlos pointed out. "So, maybe Prince Richard dumped her. Why would he do that? The woman's hot, hot, hot. And now she's dating someone else? That's fast. What if the prince found out she was a slapper and gave her the boot?" Carlos was unconvinced. "Why wouldn't he say so? I would." The grey-haired woman sniffed. "Because he's a gentleman." Carlos snorted. "I think he looks lovely," said one of the junior hairdressers dreamily. "Dark and brooding, like he's got a secret sorrow." She put a magazine on Bella's knee, open at a black and white photograph of an unsmiling Prince Richard. "Very nice," Bella said without interest. "What about my hair?" "But don't you think he looks sad underneath?" Bella glanced down at the photograph again. It wasn't a party shot like the others, but a studio portrait with the subject looking straight at the camera. Hooded eyes, mouth like a steel trap, cheekbones to make a Renaissance painter do a jig with delight. Secrets, maybe. Sad? Nah, not a chance. He's got a general's scarlet uniform at home and a nice bright shiny sword to play with," the grey-haired woman said. "But things like that are just for show, dear. He could still be sad, you know." "What's he got to be sad about? He's rich and good-looking, and he knows what he's going to do with his life." None of which applied to Bella just at this moment, though she did not actually say so. "Well, he has just lost the delicious Deborah," said Carlos thoughtfully. "No matter who ended it, or how serious it really was. That's always a bummer." But Bella didn't want to think about ending affairs. Of course, it hadn't exactly been an affair with Francis. Nowhere near. Right from the start they'd agreed, well, he'd announced and she'd agreed, of course she had, that they couldn't do anything about their attraction to each other while they were working so closely. It would destabilize the team. It wouldn't be fair, Francis had said. looking noble and handsome and terribly responsible to anybody. She thought now, how many others had he said that to? Half of them? All 20? She flinched. How could she have been so naive? How could she? She groaned in spirit. She found they were all looking at her, surprised, and realized that she had actually groaned aloud. Somehow, it was the last straw. "What about my hair?" she yelled. "Come on, you idle crimpers! Don't just stand there wittering. Work your magic!" So, they all went back to the important stuff, and Carlos piled her blonde shoulder-length hair onto the top of her head, leaving some feathery tendrils to caress her long neck. "I just hope it's clean," thought Bella, uneasily aware that a couple of long showers might not have been enough to clear away the grime of 10 water-restricted months spent living in a tent. But everyone else told her she looked lovely, and Bella had to admit that the soft, artistically untidy style had turned her wide-eyed and feminine. She hadn't felt feminine in a long, long time. She kissed Carlos as she left. "Thank you. You're a miracle worker." "But of course. Haven't I always said so?" But he was pleased. She could see. So was Lottie, on coming into Bella's room to check that her instructions had been carried out. "Well, at least no one's going to mistake you for a Shetland pony now." "What?" Lottie grinned. "I told you, this party is uber posh. Very smart people, deep into the horsey set. The way you were looking this morning, they'd have fed you a carrot and showed you to the stables." And quite suddenly, Bella started to laugh. In fact, she laughed so much she jabbed the mascara wand in her eye and had to start again. "Oh, lots, I do love you," she said, when she could speak. "Gosh, it's good to be home." Let's jump in, and like I said, even if it's, not normally your kind of story, or you're not familiar with the story, or even if you've not listened to the first chapter, I'll try and make it quite calming and reads relatively neutral. I mean, I always get a little bit carried away, but, it's 1:30 a.m. here, so I'll try and keep it quite calm, and hopefully you'll just enjoy the experience of listening to me reading live, even if it's not a classic story that you're very, very familiar with. Yeah, close your eyes, relax, take it easy. If you're busy doing other things, it's a little bit of background for you, and really just hope you enjoy it as always. As always. Okay. So I'll get started, and like I said, I'm completely unfamiliar with this. I really, really hope, Teresa, when you're listening to this later, that you enjoy it. I know that you really, really love this book. So I'll try and do a good job. Chapter 2. Trees in Tubs Make Your Party Swing. Mondan Magazine. Lottie called a minicab to take them to the party. Conscious of her own jobless state, Bella protested at the extravagance. But her friend was adamant. "These shoes are meant for dancing, not pounding the London Underground," she said firmly. "You'll thank me later. Besides, it's cold out there." That was undoubtedly true. Reluctant to spend her remaining cash on a stellar outfit, Bella had in the end found a pretty dress in an Oxfam shop, one of the better ones in Soho that sold nearly perfect vintage clothes, rather than size 20 t-shirts from George. It was vaguely Ossie Clark, in a heavy, midnight blue crepe. The neckline plunged into a deep V, a bit risque, she had thought, but it also had long sleeves that gathered at the wrist with a row of tiny buttons, and it swirled nicely when she walked. But it was almost certainly a retiree from the summer. It was not warm. "Odd, but stylish. You look like Greta Garbo," said Lottie, deciding it would do. She insisted on dusting Bella's skin with gold glitter. "You've got the perfect tan. Light, real, and everywhere. Make it work for you," she instructed. She also lent Bella a full-length suede coat with a big fake fur collar, along with a sparkly gold bag. They checked the contents of their bags together, just as they used to do when they were 18. "Lippy? Perfume? Hanky?" "Check." "Phone?" "Check." "Keys?" "Check." "Oh no, I left them in the kitchen." Bella dived to retrieve them. Lottie was patient. "Okay, that's it. Except for running away money, of course." Their eyes met. It was Bella's Granny Georgia, a southern belle of the old school, who had taught them that. Never go to a party without your running away money tucked into your underwear. Ladies didn't make a fuss, but they were always prepared. If their gentleman escort wanted to stay too late at the party, or had a little too much to drink, a lady quietly and discreetly made other arrangements and kept the cash to do so about her person at all times. Men, said Granny Georgia, momentarily less ladylike. Never thought of that. Bella chuckled. "I've got enough cash to get me home." Lottie clicked her fingers. "That reminds me, you'll need the minicab company's card." She dived into the hall drawer and with a flourish produced a dog-eared bit of pasteboard. "Put this number into your phone, now." Bella complied, and while she was at it, she checked her incoming messages. No, nothing from her mother, so no surprise there. Her father hadn't got back to her either, but he was probably up a mountain somewhere. And she knew Granny Georgia was in Brazil saving the rainforest until Christmas. But she was a bit hurt that her brother Neil hadn't even bothered to leave her a message. Lottie was oblivious. "I have an account. I won't have to pay cash. Just say Hendred Associates." "Hendred Associates? Well, I'm not going to be working for someone else all my life. Establish the brand early and keep it cooking," said Lottie blithely. But later, in the back of the minicab, she said more soberly, "Tonight, I'm sort of on duty, Bella. Networking stuff. I may even have to go on somewhere. I'm sorry, on your first weekend home, but I can't get out of it. Will that be okay?" "Fine," said Bella, who was beginning to feel the effects of a day's unaccustomed shopping on top of the jet lag. "I'll probably push off early-ish anyway. What do we do? Should I text you when I want to leave?" "Good plan, and we can spend all tomorrow together." "Sure. So, who are the people giving this party?" "My boss. The big boss, I mean. Not my team leader." "Cool," said Bella, impressed and just a bit wistful. "Your career must be really whooshing along." Lottie snorted. "Career? Nothing. This is payback for personal services." "What? Oh, whoops. Sounds bad, doesn't it? Memo to self. Don't say that to my mother. Actually, his idiot number 3 son came into the agency for work experience in the summer. I was the one who drew the short straw and had to mentor the little toe rag. Believe me, that family owe me. The party will be okay, though. Big Cheese is pretty much the last word in contemporary PR. He doesn't do anything but work, but his life is into charities and... Oh, sorry. But his wife is into charities and the arts and all sorts of groovy stuff. The kids aren't all bad either, and their parties are legendary. There should be some interesting people there. You'll have a good time. Promise. She was right. The party didn't seem unduly posh, in spite of what Lottie had said. It was in a very smart house, though, in a very smart part of town, with some amazing artwork on the walls. But it all seemed friendly and casual, with dancing in a big, darkened room in the basement, and people talking in every other room in the house, except the kitchen. Some were even sitting on the stairs. Bella didn't know anyone, but it didn't matter. She danced a bit, and talked a bit, and drank more than she had in nearly a year. The Oxfam dress fitted in nicely, neither too showy nor too casual, and the new shoes, not much more than sparkly gold straps atop 4-inch heels, attracted enough envy to make Bella's spirits fly. She had a great time, until about 3 hours into the party, when she suddenly realized that her head was ringing, and she could not feel her feet anymore. She said, and fought her way up the darkened stairs from the basement to the ground floor, where French windows opened onto a handsome terrace. But it looked as if someone was giving a speech out there, and Bella hesitated. Seeing this, one of the circulating waiters took her by the elbow and directed her through a small doorway. She supposed he thought she wanted to go outside to smoke, and shook her head to tell him she didn't. But then she saw that the door led into a small courtyard, a small, empty courtyard, and she thought, Lottie's right. Sometimes the Lord provides. She slipped outside. It was utterly quiet. That was the first thing that struck her. In every room in the house there had been music, fierce, danceable rhythms in the basement, discreet string quartets to converse over in the reception rooms, cool clarinets on the stairs. Now, for the first time, there was silence. Not even the rumble of distant traffic disturbed the midnight air. Bella wandered out into the silent darkness. Her heels clipped on the flagstones. The courtyard was open to the sky, but it was not cold. A large, pale plate of a moon hung in a gun-metal sky, playing hide-and-seek with billowing clouds. But not a breath of wind stirred the branches of a tall, ornamental fig tree in the middle of the courtyard. Someone had wound a string of lights through it. They were shaped like little Chinese lanterns, and the shadows they cast were as still as a painting. An ironwork table was tucked into one corner, surrounded by fragrant trees in stone pots. A lemon tree, an orange with the fruit nearly ripe, breathing an elusive sweetness into the air, and great wooden tubs of golden-leaved Mexican chayosa, smelling of basil. There was a half-drunk glass of champagne standing on the table, and the guttering remains of a flower pot candle. Patio chairs were pushed back, as if the people sitting there had left in a hurry. Bella looked around. But no, the shadowy courtyard seemed deserted. She let herself sink onto one of the vacated seats, and found the reason for the astonishing warmth of the little outdoor space. A tall patio heater was lurking among the greenery, like an apologetic butler robot. She laughed a little, and patted its conical steel base. It was pleasantly warm to the touch. She felt herself relax, as she hadn't for... how long? Days? Weeks, maybe. She fished around in the borrowed bag and pulled out the unfamiliar phone. Leaning forward into the pool of wavering light, she managed to see the buttons well enough to send Lottie a text. "Running out of steam. Will call cab. You?" A text came back almost at once. "BBL." Bella clutched her head. BBL? What did that mean? Oh, hell. Less than a year ago, she'd used this stuff all the time. How could she have forgotten? The dying candle flickered briefly, and she jumped, remembering. Oh, yes. Be back later. Lottie was telling her to go on home and not wait for her. Well, that was a relief. Bella dialed the minicab service, who told her apologetically that it would be 40 minutes, and yes, they knew where to come. They had the address from Ms. Hendred's earlier booking. "Thank God for that," said Bella with feeling. "I didn't think of that. I'd have had to go and ask someone for the postcode. You're a star." The minicab company clerk was quietly pleased. He said she was welcome. "Thank you. 40 minutes, then. I'll be ready." She cut the call and rechecked her messages. No, nothing new had come in. Well, it was a Saturday night. People don't start texting unexpectedly returning sisters on a Saturday night, do they? They're out enjoying themselves. Bella stretched a bit. Then, as she was alone, she thrust her legs out in front of her and wiggled her feet. The strappy shoes were sex incarnate, but they were tough on feet that had spent 10 months in flip-flops. Bella rotated her ankles in opposite directions and sighed with pleasure. And then 3 things happened. The candle flame suddenly shot up like a rocket and died. Bella jumped several inches into the air in a sort of dolphin arc and fell back on the very edge of the little patio chair. The chair recoiled and then lurched past the point of no return. Even the solid ironwork table rocked a bit. In pure instinct, Bella threw out her hand to save herself. All that she managed, however, was to grab hold of a fistful of the ivy that clad the brick wall to her right. The ivy came away from the wall, descendingly as rapidly as she did. "Shit!" gasped Bella in freefall. Plant containers, big and small, tumbled around her in a hail of leaves and twigs. She heard them fall, and at least one smashed, unmistakably. She came to rest in a mass of tangled ivy, with one arm around the base of a bay tree. Silence fell, except for the tinkling of pottery shards on the flagstones. Bella lay there, stunned, her eyes closed. Eventually, she got her breath back and opened her eyes. "Oh, no," she said aloud, in horror. It was like the path of a hurricane, she thought. Devastation. Quite apart from the curtain of ivy which she had clawed off the wall, every single shrub she could see in the dark was either lurching at a drunken angle or missing branches. She struggled to sit up, but had got herself hemmed in by displaced urns and fallen foliage. She could not see where the shadows ended and the plants began, but there was no mistaking the pressure of solid objects against her back, her knees, her feet, even her stomach. And there seemed to be nowhere to put her hands to give herself purchase. And when she did finally wiggle up a little bit, so that her back was against the stripped wall, she found that the spiky heels on her shoes made it impossible for her to plant her feet side by side and simply heave herself upright. "I'm trapped," she said, in disbelief. "Come on. Think, woman, think." She had a go at releasing the strap of her right shoe. Between the awkward angle and the romantic shadows, she couldn't really see what was going on, but tendrils of ivy seemed to have wrapped themselves round and locked the shoe to her foot tighter than any buckle would have managed. What I need is a Swiss Army knife. Oh boy, am I in trouble. It seemed there was only one thing left to do. She would have to surrender what was left of her dignity and crawl out of the fallen foliage on all fours, hoping that sheer body weight and her forward momentum would snap the bloody ivy. Well, thank God no one had been there to see that disaster at least. And then an arm, in a silken sleeve, as pale and perfect as the moon, pushed aside the fallen plant. Sorry guys, I just destroyed my mic stand. Sorry about that. I hope that wasn't a very loud bump. No Swiss Army knife, I'm afraid. I don't know where they keep the gardening tools. But may I offer a hand? Said a voice. It was trying very hard not to laugh. Bella jumped again. I know what you mean, Caitlin. Bella jumped again, and in pure reflex kicked the bay tree. A mistake in strappy shoes. The pain was excruciating. Ow! Instinctively she made to rub her stub toe, but she still couldn't reach for pots and plants. What she did manage to do, however, was to set all the plant life in motion again. Specifically, the bay tree. It started to tip sideways slowly, like a drunken judge. Bella pushed herself away as far as she was able, which was not very far at all. Oh, no! Silk's shirt, however, was there first. He arrested the bay tree before it fell on top of her, and returned it to the upright position. Then he walked round her carefully, picked the thing up, mighty planter and all, and moved it out of the way. He turned back to her then. I think you'd better get out of there. I'm trying, said Bella between her teeth. She was tearing at the ivy that had wound itself round her ankle, but the more fiercely she tore, the faster she seemed to be caught. This damned stuff won't let me go. Let's have a look. He hunkered down and considered her foot. From where she lay, sprawled, she saw that he had springy dark hair, and she was right. That shirt was silk. Nothing else had that sheen. Pearly white silk, as pure as snow, and here she was, looking like a compost heap. It was enough to make a girl weep. Have I got twigs in my hair? She asked. But he was concentrating on her feet. You're certainly tied in pretty tight. Wonder if this ivy is carnivorous. Thank you for that thought. No problem. He slid a finger under one of the tendrils, and Bella yelped, as much from surprise as the tightening around her ankle. He looked up quickly, and she had the impression of dark, laughing eyes and a determined expression. No help for it. In the absence of a knife, I shall have to tear it off with my teeth. He was serious? He was serious. He bent his head. Bella felt his breath on her ankle and went into a spasm of embarrassment. Without the bay tree to prevent it now, her foot kicked out freely. She got her rescuer under the chin, making him sit down abruptly, and followed it up by knocking out the national grid. Well, that's what it felt like. With a sound somewhere between a fizz and a pop, all the Chinese lanterns in the fig tree went out, along with all sorts of discreet lighting along the walls that she hadn't even been aware of. They were plunged into total darkness, except for the moon. Hell's teeth, said the silk shirt blankly. And then he began to laugh, as if he couldn't help himself. What have I done? Whispered Bella, appalled. No harm done. I'm fine, he said, when he could speak. You may be. Look at this courtyard. I've wrecked it, and now I've fused the lights. Her voice rose to a wail of guilt. That set him off again, uncontrollably. She could hear him hauling noisy gulps of air into his lungs, as if trying to get control of himself. But his shoulders shook, and so did the plants around them. It's not funny, she yelled, hating him. He got hold of himself at last. Yes, it is. Even though you kicked me in the chin, and now I think I've bust a rib laughing. He gave another hiccup. Oh, God, when that bay tree started to topple. All right, said Bella before he went off again. I guess it did look quite amusing from where you were standing, but I'm the one causing death and destruction here. I feel terrible. Nothing that can't be fixed, he said comfortingly. Don't worry about it. That's easy for you to say. You didn't do it, and it's not your plant collection. At least... He had said he didn't know where they kept the gardening tools. But did very rich men and their families do their own gardening? There was probably an under-gardener who looked after the courtyard. He was too young to be the big boss, and too old to be idiot number 3's son. But he could still be number 1's son or number 2. Oh, God. Do you live here? She asked, wincing. At least it stopped him laughing. What? She said rapidly. I'm sorry. I'm not a gatecrasher, honestly. I'm Charlotte Hendrid's +1. She said it would be okay. She could feel him staring at her in the darkness. But he said nothing. Charlotte Hendrid? Tall redhead? Walks as if she's on springs? Oh, that Charlotte, he said, but absently. It seemed as if he were debating something with himself. Don't worry. I'm just another guest like you. You don't need to apologize to me. Phew, that's a relief. Bella hadn't realized, but she had been holding her breath. Though, actually, you're wrong. I'm pretty certain that I do need to apologize to you. There was a pause. Why? His voice was almost wary. Well, I kicked you in the head, didn't I? He gave a hoot of startled laughter. You did that. I'd forgotten. Very chivalrous, she said, starting to feel better. Thank you. Undeserved. A chivalrous man wouldn't have left you lying on the floor in the grip of hell's ivy. Hang on. Let's see if a key will cut it. He knelt down and put a strong hand across her foot, holding it steady. She knew it was the only thing he could do, but the warmth of his palm on her exposed ankle felt amazingly intimate. And right, somehow, as if she had known him all her life. Bella stared into the darkness, but, as far as she could tell, he did not feel the same reaction at all. He was simply a competent man doing what was necessary. She felt the coldness of a key against her bare skin, followed by a gentle soaring motion. First one, then more of her ivy bindings fell away. She could not see, but she felt them go. She flexed her foot, made to stand up. But... No, stay still for the moment. I can't see properly. I might not have got it all. If you try to get up before I've cleared the stuff, you could break your ankle. Or a few more pots, said Bella dryly. He laid his hand down, palm down, on her foot, as if he were calming a nervous animal, and she felt his touch right through to the top of her head. Don't worry about that. I'll make sure you don't break any more stuff. Trust me. He was as good as his word. As soon as he had freed her from the ivy to his satisfaction, he said, "Try now," and kept an arm like a vice round her as she clambered upright, not very steadily. But as soon as she was upright, her right leg turned out to have all the strength of a cotton wool, and she would have fallen off her heels if she hadn't grabbed his arm and held on. "Sorry, stupid pins and needles. I'm not surprised. Take your time." He kept his arm round her. Bella was grateful. She felt strangely shaky. He seemed to guess. "Look, you'd better sit down. You could probably do with a drink too." She shook her head, half laughing. "I lost my champagne a long time ago." "I didn't. You can have mine." He steered her through the shadowed paths between tall banana plants and bushy, sweet-leaved citrus trees. He must have had eyes like a cat, thought Bella, torn between gratitude and annoyance with herself. He clearly knew where he was going, even if he didn't live here. He steered her round a semi-circular stone wall, saying briefly, "Fountain at 3 o'clock," before locating a deeply cushioned wickerwork sofa. "There you go." Bella sank bonelessly into the cushions. She shook her head. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been dealing with creepy crawlies and tropical storms and stuff for nearly a year." "I'm impressed," he said nicely. Bella shook her head. "No, you're not. Why should you be? It's just, I don't normally go all wimbly like this." "Maybe you don't often destroy your host's landscape gardening like this." "You're laughing at me again." "Yes. Do you mind?" Bella shook her head, then realized he probably couldn't see it and said, "No, not really. Anyway, I guess you're entitled, after I kicked you." "That's very fair of you." There was a smile in his voice. "How are you feeling now?" Bella thought about it. "A bit odd, to be honest." I'll get you that champagne." He made his way sure-footedly through the dark maze that was the courtyard. She listened, but did not hear so much as a pot scrape or a branch snap in his wake. When he returned, she accepted the glass of wine gratefully, but sighed. "I wish I could do that." He was amused. "Do what?" "Navigate my way round these plants without sounding like a herd of buffalo. I'm afraid I'm one of the world's bumpers." "Bumpers?" he said blankly. "That's what my father used to call me. 'Let's hope Bella doesn't want to be an actress,' he used to say. She'd always be bumping into the furniture and breaking the crockery." "Did you want to be an actress, then?" He sounded intrigued. Bella drank some more champagne. It was good. The bubbles seemed to act on her like water on a drooping daisy. She straightened, feeling chirpier by the minute. "Good God, no. I hate being on show. Curdles my insides. But I wish I wasn't so clumsy." "Would it help you with the creepy crawlies and the tropical storms?" She took another mouthful of champagne, then another, and another. Yes, bubbles were definitely energizing. "There you go, laughing at me again." "Do you mind?" "No, I think I quite like it." "Thank you," he said gravely. He sat down on the sofa beside her. Bella shivered. "Are you cold?" "No." She looked up at the sky. Oh, sorry, it was meant to be the other way around, wasn't it? "Are you cold?" "No." She looked up at the sky. The clouds were still scudding across the moon, but she felt as warm as toast. "Oh, sorry." "You know, 4 nights ago, I walked down a beach at night, and there were so many stars you couldn't have put a hand between them. And here, there isn't one." So, why are you here? Not there? That's a long story. He settled back among the cushions. Well, I'm not going anywhere. She sank back too, clutching the champagne flute against her. Nothing's ever as good or as bad as you expect, is it? That's a bit sweeping. Sometimes it takes a while to find out how good or bad something has been. He had a wonderful voice, she thought. Deep and dark and thoughtful. Merlin would have a voice like that. Shame he didn't know what he was talking about. You're wrong. I know at once when a thing is wrong. I did. I just didn't... Didn't? He prompted. Oh, all right, said Bella, annoyed. In the darkness, it didn't seem so bad to say it aloud. I didn't want to admit it, all right? I went out to the island convinced I was going to get close to nature, save the planet, and find my place in the universe. And you didn't? Nope. Nowhere near. Tough, was all he said. But she had the feeling that he understood. Waste of time, feeling sorry for yourself. You are so right. Oh, gosh, sorry, it's really, really hard to always know who's speaking when there's very little assistance. Waste of time, feeling sorry for yourself. You are so right. But was this island of yours all bad? She thought about it. I suppose not, she admitted. I learned a few things. Like what? One, she ticked them off on her fingers. Or at least, she started to tick them off on her fingers. But that made her glass tilt alarmingly, nearly spilling champagne. So she stopped. See what I mean? She said, sidetracked. Clumsy. Champagne had slopped onto the back of her hand, and she licked it up. Waste not, want not. He sounded a bit distracted. He cleared his throat. You were going to tell me what you learned. Oh, that. Well, lots of things. The nutritional value of red seaweed, that wind in the palm trees sounds like rain on a corrugated iron roof and it breaks your heart when it isn't. That counting fish is really boring when you do it every day. That people tell you something as adventurous when it's really just hot and dirty. Ah. And also, said Bella loudly, that I'm not very brave. So here's to the stars and equatorial fish stocks. I hope they're very happy, but I'm not going back. And then, to her own surprise, she began to cry. Silk Shirt coped surprisingly well. He didn't say everything would look better in the morning like Lottie would have, or that she'd change her mind when she thought about the importance of the work, like Francis Donn had, in their last vituperative exchange. He took her glass away from her. Bella resisted, but he pointed out that it was empty, so in the end she let it go, and put an arm around her, and drew her against his shoulder, and let her weep it out. He would probably even have produced a handkerchief, but she had one tucked into her watch strap under one long blue sleeve, so she was spared that indignity, at least. I thought I'd be all right when I got home. But it isn't. I'm cold. The magazines are full of people I don't know. My mother's much too busy running a charity ball to have me home. She ran out of voice and blew her nose hard. Bummer, was all he said. She had the feeling that he knew what she was talking about. It steadied her. She drew a long sigh. Yes, but I didn't belong on the island either. I'll miss the children in the village, some of the people, But that awful knowing I'd be a gullible idiot, and everyone else knowing it too. That was the pits. He sat very still. She sniffed, and straightened the handkerchief that she could barely see, folding it, corner to corner, in her absorption. She had a huge urge to tell someone the whole sorry story. The trouble was, a man I respected basically did a con job on me. It took me too long to recognize it and a whole lot longer to admit it. But that's the truth. And that hurts, you know? He hugged her a bit closer. Yes, I know. Been there. I mean, if he'd said, "Come and help out, we've got no money, so we live on rich kids doing work experience," that would have been fair. That would have been the truth. But he spun me this big line about what a valuable researcher I was, and how I could make all the difference. And he said he would make sure I got a real job at the end of it, when all he wanted was someone to count bloody fish. Her voice rose. I don't even like fish. Bella's head reared up. Oh, sorry. I can see that one would go off them. Bella's head reared up. Are you laughing at me again? She said suspiciously. Maybe a little. He tucked a tumbling strand of blonde hair behind her ear. She relaxed back against his shoulder again. You know, I don't feel quite real. Not here, not there. It's like I'm a character walking through other people's dreams. When they wake up, I'll disappear. Puffed. She clicked her fingers. She had to have 3 goes at it, but she managed it in the end. Puffed, she said again, pleased. She peered up at him in the darkness. Does that sound weird? It sounds as if it's time I got you home. But Bella was on another tack entirely. Are you an actor? Good heavens, where did that come from? The voice. Wonderful, warm voice. You know, I'd be really flattered if you weren't slurring your words, he said, shifting her. Come along, dream girl. I know, you're a psychiatrist. Why on earth? You ask really good questions and then you listen. Oh, yes, I listen all right, he said. It's about the only thing I do. Well, you're very good at it, Bella told him. Very, very, very good. She snuggled into his shoulder. Oh, no, you can't go to sleep here. On your feet, dream girl. You've got a home to go to, and it's time I took you there. He hauled her upright and got her across the courtyard. But as soon as he opened the door into the house, the lights switched her brain into gear again, and she looked at her watch in horror. The minicab! They'll be here any minute, asking for Hendred Associates. I said I'd be waiting for them. Where did I leave my coat? Ah, the car. It is for you. Oh, gosh, random character there, sorry. Ah, the car. It is for you, said one of the passing waiters. They are waiting outside. Your coat is on the rack in the breakfast room. I'll show you. Bella dashed off to get it, but when she shot back to retrieve Lottie's borrowed bag from the courtyard, there was no sign of silk shirt. She did look, but the cab was waiting and she could not see anyone the right height or wearing a pearl white silk shirt, so she had to go without saying goodbye to him. Just as well, she thought grimly. Panic banished the effects of her champagne. Now Bella was remembering, rather too vividly, how she had curled up against his shoulder and told him the story of her life. She said a distracted goodbye to her hostess and fell gratefully into the back of the minicab. She told herself she was just tired. She told herself she was overreacting. But there was a cold voice in the back of her head, like a headmistress giving an end-of-term report. Change everyone around her. Change time zones. Change continents. Isabella Greenwood still makes an utter fool of herself. Ah! Well, thank you for listening, anyone who's still in town, still in the Red Fox Book Club. That was a very long chapter, much longer than the first, actually. And I'm getting really tired, actually, and my mouth is very dry. But thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for sticking with me. If you're still awake and you've not tuned out, that was quite tricky to read. And gosh, such a different style to Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or Alice in Wonderland, or, to be honest, different to any other book that I've narrated. Very, very, very hard for me to get used to this style. But thank you so much for listening. That was very, very difficult live. You know, this is the first book of this genre that I've ever narrated, and this is only the second chapter that I've read, the first being nearly 2 months ago. So to read it for the first time live for you, whew, that was tricky, especially at 2 a.m. it's literally 2:15 a.m. But thank you so much for listening. And, you know, it'd gone so quiet in the comments. A couple of times I made a mistake. It was actually because I was trying to read a couple of comments that were popping up at the same time as trying to keep up with the story. Because I'd seen some of you were having technology problems. I read somewhere that you were trying to rewind and could only go back 2 hours. I was literally reading this at the same time. Yeah, you can only ever go back 4 hours, I think it is. Is it 2 hours? Is it 4 hours? I've got mixed up now. No, maybe it's 2 hours, actually. Maybe it's 2 hours. That's part of YouTube's design. Whether it's 2 hours or 4 hours, I forget. But yeah, you can only rewind a certain amount of the stream. But this will be saved and up on my channel, just like Foxy Book Club episode 1, 2, and 3. So if you'd like to go back and listen to Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban Chapter 9, which was absolutely awesome, to be honest. Of course you can do that. And we've also had a chapter of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, as well as some lovely, lovely chat, as always. Oh, thank you. I'll look after myself, don't you worry. Good night, Foxes. Good night, Fox fans. Lovely to have you here, as always. And so, of course, read to you soon. Calling all Fox fans. Calling all Fox fans. Hello, hello, how are you doing? I'm going to give Chapter 3 of To Marry a Prince a read. And like I said, it'll just be the one reading this afternoon. It's just a little mini book club, as I really want to keep To Marry a Prince moving. And then I feel comfortable introducing these little Foxy Prize draw readings of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And we can also have, I suppose, a more regular, announced, full-length marathon of a book club when possible, with Harry Potter, hopefully, Sherlock Holmes, Alice in Wonderland, that sort of thing as well. Okay? So I'm going to get started. Chapter 3. When is a date not a date? Tube talk. Bella woke the next morning with a mouth like the inside of a sandpit. She groaned and rolled over, muttering, but the taste wouldn't go away. Eventually, she hauled herself up on one elbow and peered at the bedside clock. But even closing one eye, she couldn't stop the figures dancing in and out of focus. She fell back with a thump, and something scratched her ear. "Ugh!" she yelled, forgetting she was no longer on the island. She leaped out of bed and looked round wildly for something to hit the bug with. If it was a bug. She had horrid images of scorpions and poisonous centipedes. It was only when she was looming over the pillow, with a copy of the heaviest Harry Potter she could grab from the bookcase, raised high above her head, that all the bits of her brain clicked back into place. Of course. She was not on the island. No tent, no cooking pots, no wonky table with sheets of data stacked high on it. And this was a real bed, too. She was in Lottie's spare room, and the most lethal thing in it was the dodgy hairdryer. Bella lowered Harry, feeling a fool. Still, even if Pimlico was scorpion-free, something had bitten her. With well-practiced caution, she pulled back the covers. And stopped, appalled. It looked as if someone had emptied the contents of one of Granny George's potpourri jars over it, exactly where Bella had been sleeping. There were bits of powdered dry leaves, mixed in with twigs, and frankly, earth. A green stain across the bottom sheet ended in a half-crushed bay leaf. Where her head had lain, the pillow was peppered with a brownish-grey dust. It was all made worse by unmistakable smears of last night's lippy and a sad bit of sparkle. "Yuck," said Bella from the heart. The bedroom door opened, and Lottie wandered in, yawning. She was wearing an oversized teddy bear t-shirt that reached down to her knees, and pink socks. "You screamed, miss," she said amiably. Bella shuffled a bit. I thought a scorpion had got into bed with me. I was half asleep." Lottie narrowed her eyes at her. "Have you been reading science fiction again?" Bella shook her head. "No, worse than that." There was no help for it. She would have to come clean. I sort of fell into bed last night without taking my makeup off, and..." She stood aside, letting the state of the sheets speak for her. Lottie stared, and her mouth fell open. "That's not all you didn't take off from the look of it. Is that mud?" "No, or rather, well, yes, I suppose it is." Lottie closed her mouth, opened it again, shook her head, closed her mouth, and sat down rather hard on the end of the bed. "Why? I could say I had an accident." "I can see that. If Carlos saw your hair now, he would slit his throat. Or possibly yours." Conscience-stricken, Bella put up a hand to her hair. A couple of pins fell out. So did a withered ivy leaf and rather a lot of dust. She turned to look in her predecessor's mirror and recoiled. She had gone to bed in her underwear. She had a wide smear of dirt on her right cheek. Nothing at all survived of Carlos's work of art. Where there had been an artless cascade of feathery blonde locks, there was now a lopsided mess of pins, garden detritus, and possibly wildlife. She prodded it cautiously. Do you think there could be a centipede in there? Lottie moaned. I know. I go to the ball dressed up like $1 million and come home looking like Fungus the Bogeyman. I didn't do it on purpose. These things just happen to me. Lottie closed her eyes. It's too early for this, she said. I need coffee and water, lots of water. You can tell me what happened, but not until I've rehydrated. She padded out of the door. Mud! Bella heard her complain as she stomped off towards the kitchen. I take her to the smartest party ever, and she finds mud. Bella showered and washed her hair, and when she saw the silt in the bottom of the shower tray, she got right back in and washed her hair again. Emerging pink and a bit soapy-eyed, she pulled on her new underwear, drainpipe jeans, crisp cotton shirt, and a cashmere jumper, which she had picked up from the Oxfam shop the day before. Then she went into the kitchen, still rubbing her hair with the towel. Lottie was slumped over a carton of orange juice at the breakfast bar, flipping through texts on her telephone. Bella thought, I used to do that too, every morning, and when I was shopping, and when I was waiting for Lottie to meet me at the club. Why does it feel so strange now? Aloud, she said, Anything interesting? Lottie huffed. No, damn it. Bella poured herself some juice, but pulled a face as soon as she tasted it. Water, said Lottie, recognizing the signs. Your taste buds will be all over the place until you've rebalanced your water table. You make me sound like farmland. And you're surprised? After the stunt you pulled last night? Mud, I ask you. Bella flung up her hands. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll change the sheets. Lottie shrugged. You're sleeping in them. Up to you. Lottie was not usually grumpy, not even the morning after a heavy night. Bella reached a glass off the shelf above the countertop and filled it from the cold tap. Then she pulled out one of the high stools and sat down at the bar next to her. What's wrong, Lots? Lottie pushed back her hair and gave a watery sniff. I thought I'd nailed a contract last night, but not a peep out of this bastard this morning. She looked at her watch. Make that this afternoon, and I really worked at that pitch. Maybe he's saving it up for working hours, suggested Bella. He'll call you on Monday. Lottie gave her a pitying look. Billionaires' working hours are 24/7. They don't wait till Monday. If he was interested, he would have called. No, I've blown it. She got up and opened the fridge, staring at its contents moodily. No milk, no fresh coffee. Oh well, it will have to be fizz. She hauled out a bottle of Carver and clawed ineffectually at the black foil over the cork. Let me. Bella took it away from her and removed the foil and restraining wire from the cork. Texting might feel strange, but opening champagne came back to her as naturally as breathing. She tilted the bottle at 45 degrees, held the cork firmly, and turned the bottle until the cork gave a little. Bella applied pressure to ease the transition, and eventually removed it with no more than a ladylike hiss from the wine. Lottie silently held out 2 glasses. You've always been good at that. No bangs, no spills. It's super cool. I suppose Georgia taught you how to do it. Nope. My grandmother doesn't think a lady should open her own wine bottles. A lady ought to sit prettily while a big, strong man makes a prat of himself, spraying champagne everywhere. There's a very nasty side to your grandmother, said Lottie with admiration. Seems a waste, though. Bella thought about it. Actually, Georgia once told me when she was pissed that men were only good for 2 things, opening wine bottles and emptying mousetraps, and then she said cats were more rewarding and alcohol was overrated. Lottie gave a snort of laughter. Ha! She was wrong. She waved her glass. Come on, start pouring. Bella did, but shook her head at the other glass that Lottie pushed towards her. Not for me, thank you. You're right, I need to acclimatise, I think. I only had a couple of glasses last night, and it made me feel really weird. Lottie flumped back onto her high stool. Aha! This is where you tell... Oh, sorry. This is where you tell all about the mud. Come on then, give. Bella leaned against the door and gave her an edited version of the Great Ivy Disaster, dwelling on the unreasonable number of plants in the courtyard and skirting lightly round the rescue activities of Silk Shirt. But Lottie was no fool. You're looking shifty. There was a man, wasn't there? Bella shook her head. No, there wasn't. I fell into the ivy all on my own. Well, it was the truth, she told herself. Silk Shirt had not appeared until she was already on the floor. Lottie stared at her for a moment, like a junior inquisitor with something to prove. Then she seemed to get bored. If you say so. So, apart from attacking the ornamental plants, did you have a good time? Yeah, it was great. Good music, great dance space, fabulous art. It was lovely to dance again. I talked to some nice people too. But... Bella shifted her shoulders uncomfortably. Oh, I don't know. I just sort of overdosed on people somehow. All of a sudden I felt I couldn't hear for everyone talking, could hardly breathe for all the bodies. So that's when I went out into the courtyard place. Lottie was picking at a 3 for the price of 2 sticker on the juice carton. She did not look at Bella. And you didn't enjoy that? Apart from making a spectacle of myself, you mean? Said Bella bitterly. Lottie glanced up then. Her eyes gleamed with triumph. See? I knew there was a man. You can't hide anything from me. Oh, rats. Lottie waited. Eventually, Bella sighed. Okay. Somebody came along and dug me out of the compost heap. He was very nice, and I was, well, a bit drunk and soppy, to be honest. Did you make a pass at him? No, I did not, said Bella, outraged. Then you didn't make a spectacle of yourself, said Lottie cheerfully. Bella shook her head in disbelief. You know, you have a very black and white view of life. Just being practical. Huh? I know you. If you'd have made a pass at him, you'd want to avoid seeing him again. Depending on who else he knows, that could be very limiting. You've got a social life to revive prontissimo. The Christmas party season is coming. What's his name? Bella glared. We didn't exchange business cards. Lottie pursed her lips. He didn't tell you his name? Not a good sign. Did he ask yours? Look, said Bella crisply. He got me up, dusted me down, waved me goodbye. No big deal. If you say so, I say so. Now, are you going to climb into that fizz until it meets over the top of your head, or can I take you out for a burger? Lottie said she couldn't face a burger, and she didn't really want to go out. She wanted to slob around in sweatpants and read the papers. But if Bella was offering to cook her famous Eggs Benedict, she, Lottie, wouldn't say no. Bella recognised an olive branch when she saw it. I'll go and get the necessary. Lottie pushed off to shower, and Bella slid the end of a spoon into the neck of the carver bottle and put it back in the fridge. Then she made a careful list of all the things she would need for Eggs Benedict, plus the other essentials that Lottie had somehow let get away from her, like milk and coffee, grabbed her friend's coat again, and went out. It was a bright, golden day, and the low sun hit Bella straight between the eyes. Dazzled, she raced to the corner shop, promising herself that she would unearth her sunglasses before she came out into this light again. She came back with a stripy plastic bag full of food and a copy of every newspaper that the shop sold. By that time, Lottie was dressed and in a much better temper. Bella cooked, and they had a companionable afternoon brunch in the kitchen, before tucking themselves up in front of the fire and dividing the newspapers between them, sharing the good bits. From time to time, Lottie would also read out some snippet about the current scene that she thought Bella ought to catch up with. Eventually, daylight disappeared, leaving only the firelight and the glow of a table lamp in the corner of the room. Lottie cast the last bit of newspaper onto the floor, yawned, and said, "You can't beat a lazy Sunday with an old mate. What do you want to do this evening? Telly? A movie? Or a DVD?" Bella looked up from the last colour supplement she was leafing through. "Whatever. Don't ask me to make decisions." "DVD, then. Something with a happy ending." "Sounds great. I suppose I ought to call my mother, too. This should be late enough for her." Lottie gave a crack of laughter. "Too right, even if she danced till dawn." "She'll probably have an early night, though, so I'd better move sharpest before the window of opportunity snaps shut." Bella went to retrieve her shiny new mobile from her bedside table, then remembered she had put it in the bag Lottie had lent her last night. After turning over all the various piles of clothes in her room, she found the bag under the bed. She took it back into the living room. "Sorry, Lots, I forgot. I should have given this back to you this morning." She emptied it out and retrieved her lip gloss, the cab company's card, her running away money, even a scrunched-up handkerchief. There was no phone. "Oh, hell! I must have lost it." Lottie was calm. "Problem of being plastered in a new place," she said tolerantly. "Walk me through what you did when you came home last night." They went to the front door and did the whole action rewind thing. It was no help. Bella had not put the phone down on the hall table with her keys. She had not left it tucked into the pocket of Lottie's coat. She had not even taken it into the bathroom with her and put it in the bathroom cabinet, which Lottie said that she herself had done several times. "Damn! It's got all my numbers in it," said Bella, furious with herself. "Okay, when did you last use it? I mean, you called the minicab, right? What did you do after that?" Bella bent her mind to the problem. Her memory was hazy, but she was almost certain that she had called the cab before Silk Shirt appeared. "I suppose I might have left it on the table in the courtyard," she said doubtfully. "That's easy then. I'll call them." "Actually, they might be miffed. I did leave a bit of a mess in the courtyard," said Bella uneasily. "Well, I don't suppose they'll have dusted for fingerprints. If they ask, I'll just deny any knowledge. I'll call. You'll have another look in the bedroom." But their hosts had not found a phone. And, even though Bella stripped the bed back to the undersheet, it was nowhere in her bedroom. Then Lottie called the minicab company, while Bella, reminded, put fresh sheets on the bed and hovered up the twiggy fallout. I feel like it should be hoovered, but it says hovered. Right? Hoovered up the twiggy fallout. The minicab company hadn't found it either, but the car Bella had taken home was presently on another job. They promised to check and call back if they found it. "Only one thing for it," said Lottie. "We'll call your phone and see if someone answers." She did. And someone did. "Hello? Who is this? I think... What?" Pause. No, not me. It's my friend's phone. Maybe you should talk to her." Lottie handed the phone across to Bella with a very odd expression on her face. She went into the kitchen, closing the door behind her, ostentatiously. "Hello?" said Bella, puzzled. "Who is this?" Even through a cheap mobile's tinny reception, Bella knew those dark brown tones. She looked down at her bare toes and saw they were curling into the rug with appreciation. Me?" It came out in a squeak. She cleared her throat, tried to imagine a gargle, tried to imagine she was speaking slowly and clearly to someone who didn't understand English very well, and tried again. "I mean, Bella Greenwood. We met last night and you've got my phone. Hello." "I thought it was probably yours." Oh yes, it was him all right. That hint of laughter in the smoky voice. Her toes wriggled. Really? Why?" "Pink and sparkly, covered in ivy, just a bit battered." "Oh." "It's a compliment," he assured her. "How many people do you know whose mobile phone is completely unmistakable?" Bella cheered up a little. "Well, if you put it like that. I do. Now, he said briskly, how are we going to get it back to you? Are you in London? Could I possibly collect it? There was a silence. She thought, damn, I shouldn't have said that. He'll think I'm angling for a date. Now he's trying to let me down lightly. Ouch. She went into delete mode. From your office, maybe? I mean, we don't have to meet in person. I could just drop in if you left it with reception. If you have a reception desk, that is. Or you could have it couriered to me here. I'd pay, of course. Can you tell them to collect the cost from me? Oh, God, she was burbling. But he interrupted. Do you jog? What? Jog. Run. Exercise. Oh, jog. No. Ah. He seemed to be thinking. Look, do you know Battersea Park? I suppose so, she said, puzzled. I'll be running there tomorrow morning. Meet me on the bridge over the lake at, let's say 10 to 8? Bridge over the lake. Right. Bella couldn't remember a bridge and had only the haziest recollection of a lake, but there had to be a map somewhere that showed it. I've got a really full schedule tomorrow. I may not be able to wait if you're not there. Bella stiffened. Wouldn't it be simpler just to put the phone in the post? She said frostily. But then I wouldn't get to see you again, he said, redeeming himself a bit. No, let's try to meet up tomorrow. If we don't manage to meet, then I'll have it sent around. Give me the address. She did, and he rang off. Bella took the phone back to Lottie. Thanks. Asked your address this time, did he? I thought you weren't listening. Lottie gave a naughty grin. Didn't need to, dream girl. What? That's what he called me when he thought I was you. Bella could feel herself blush, and glared at her friend. But Lottie was unrepentant. She looked knowing. So where's he taking you? He isn't, snapped Bella, and banged off to call her mother, without telling Lottie one single thing more. Lottie wasn't a morning person. She still hadn't surfaced by the time Bella let herself out of the flat the next day, so she didn't have to lie about where she was going. She wasn't sure that she would have lied if Lottie had been up and feeling nosy, but she was really glad that she didn't have to decide. It was a crisp morning, with a heavy dew making the grass sparkle in the garden squares. But when the sun came up, it was dazzling, hitting her straight between the eyes again. After yesterday, though, she'd come prepared. She fished sunglasses out of the pocket of her borrowed coat and marched stoutly over Chelsea Bridge. It took her longer to get to the park than she had expected, and the bridge wasn't easy to find once she got there. It turned out to be reached via a smallish path overhung by evergreens. By the time she finally found it, her watch said it was after 8. So maybe he wouldn't still be there, she thought, remembering his warning. Her first instinct was to break into a run. Then she thought of another of George's maxims. A lady may be late, but she is never rushed. Bella laughed out loud and slowed down, thinking, what the hell, he's probably gone. And if he hasn't, well, given the disasters when we met, I'm not rushing up all pink and panting the second time he sees me. Granny Georgia, she felt, would be proud. But still, she strode out briskly, and when she arrived, he was there. Or at least, she thought it was him. Bella couldn't be absolutely sure. Tall man, running on the spot, navy blue jogging pants and hooded sweatshirt, wearing wraparound shades. She frowned, trying to impose a silk shirt and wicked laughter on that lithe figure in the early morning sun. Was it? Wasn't it? And then he saw her, and she had her answer. He broke into a great grin and jogged down the path to meet her. You made it! Hi, said Bella. Now they were face to face, she found she felt awkward. Did they shake hands? Kiss on the cheek? High five? He had no such hesitation. He gave her a big hug. "Ah," said Bella, winded, though it wasn't just the bear hug that was making her breathless. He steadied her, for which she was grateful. Her head was definitely swimming a bit, and let her go. It didn't make any difference. Even through Lottie's coat and woolly gloves, his touch made her tingle. Bella shivered involuntarily. "You're cold. Come on, let's walk." She fell into step beside him. Actually, that was a bit of an overstatement. He strode out, and she kept up by means of a sort of skip step every few paces. She was not a short woman, but he was so much taller that he naturally outpaced her. It wasn't comfortable. "When did you find your phone had gone?" She told him about Lottie and retracing her steps through the flat. She didn't tell him Lottie was not going to forget him calling her dream girl. After all, this could be the last time they met. He might never call her that again, so it wouldn't matter, would it? "And how are you? No ill effects?" "From the champagne or the low-flying pot plants?" And Bella told him about her morning after scorpion scare. He laughed so hard he actually stopped walking for a moment. Grateful? So did she. He'd set a punishing pace, and she had been racing along even before that. She was aware of the beginnings of a stitch in her side. "You're a joy," he said when he could speak. "A total joy. I've never met anyone like you." "Just accident-prone." "Creatively accident-prone. You must have a very rich inner life. Scorpions." And he was off again, laughing helplessly. "Well, until about 5 days ago, scorpions were a clear and present danger for me," Bella pointed out. "I'd forgotten that. Has it been difficult for you, readjusting?" They had started to walk again. Not difficult exactly, but, well, I keep feeling I'm out of step, you know. I looked at a magazine in the hairdressers and didn't know half the celebrities in it. I mean, I just didn't recognize them." "You're a celebrity watcher?" He sounded incredulous. "Not particularly, but they're everywhere, aren't they? If you watch TV or read a newspaper, anyway, and for nearly a year, I haven't." "Oh, right. Culture shock." "And how? I've got out of the habit of living with lots of people. I nearly freaked when I went shopping on Saturday. And as for the party, that's why I retreated into the courtyard. All those people were doing my head in." "Sounds reasonable to me." "Yes, well..." Bella felt suddenly shy. She told him all about making a prat of herself over Francis, for heaven's sake, as if he were an agony aunt instead of a sexy guy at a party. "You were very kind." He stopped. "Kind? No. Call it fellow feeling." She searched his face. He seemed to mean it, but... "Why?" she said doubtfully. "Have you done the year away thing?" "No. Or rather, yes. I do it all the time. I travel a lot, you see, abroad mostly. When I come back, everyone expects me to get off the plane and start right on trucking like nothing's happened. Because, of course, nothing has, to them." He travelled a lot. Banker? International lawyer? Before she could ask, he said, "It's disorientating. Well, it disorientates me, and it can make you feel really lonely." "Lonely?" she echoed. Yes, that's it." "You're not the person they knew, that's the trouble." "Ain't that the truth? A year ago I'd have shopped till I dropped, and danced all night." He grinned and started to walk. "It will come back. People don't change fundamentally." "Do you think?" She was doubtful. "Never?" "Not in my experience." It didn't sound like that experience had been good. Bella looked at him sharply, but those massive shades his expression, and he didn't say anything more. "Well, I hope at least I get my phone habit back," she said brightly. "Lottie never moves without hers." "Ah, yes." He rummaged in the pocket of his hooded jacket. "Here you are." In the morning sun, the phone looked very sparkly and very pink. "Thank you," said Bella, faintly embarrassed. I hunted everywhere for that yesterday. I was starting to think you'd written it off." "No way!" She was horrified. "My life is in that phone. Or at least, my life up to 10 months ago." "So why did you take so long to call?" he asked curiously. She almost said, "Because I had to call my mother and didn't want to think about it." But you don't have conversations like that at 8:30 in the morning while striding round a public park. So, she said vaguely, "Oh, life started happening." Through the autumn trees, she could see a brisk breeze ruffling the waters of the lake. They were walking through an overgrown part of the park, and a man in a tweed cap and barber was peering through the bushes at the ducks on the lake, stamping his feet and slapping his gloved hands together. His breath was like a puff of smoke in the cold air. So was Bella's when she looked. She pointed out, "Isn't there a cafe by the lake? We could get a coffee." "Won't be open yet," he said firmly, though she had the impression that he would have said no anyway. "We just need to step out briskly. That'll warm you up." And she was back to a straight choice between trotting to match his pace or breaking into a hop, skip, and a jump to catch up with him every few yards. It was not conducive to conversation, and that stitch in her side was threatening again. She stopped dead. "Look," she said to his back, "I told you, I don't jog. What's the point of tearing round the place like this? Can't we go somewhere and just, well, talk a bit?" He turned those mask-like shades on her for a thoughtful moment. Then he said, "Talk? Okay, let's go this way." Coffee, thought Bella. Maybe even hot buttered toast. She worked hard not to dribble at the prospect. He turned out of the overgrown path, past a grove of what looked like giant banana plants, towards a big, open ride with a Dickensian lamppost on one corner. There were more people here, mothers taking children to school and walking dogs at the same time, purposeful joggers, and even more purposeful people walking as part of their journey to work. You could tell them by their briefcases, headphones, and grim jawlines. A couple of rollerbladers swooshed past. Too fast for Bella to make out whether they had briefcases, or worse, school uniforms. "Here," he said, and grabbing her hand, he ran her through the pushchairs and dog walkers, up the long path, into the middle of the big central circle, and then up the steps of the large deserted bandstand. The bandstand? He dropped her hand and strode over to the wrought iron railing, beaming. Bella took her sunglasses off and stared at him in disbelief. He turned. "What?" he said, plainly surprised. "You wanted to talk. You said you did." "Not," said Bella with restraint, "to an assembled multitude. You look as if you're about to make a speech." "What do you mean?" She gestured helplessly. A group of women with pushchairs stood talking at the end of one of the paths. The man with the flat cap was reading a park notice. Half a dozen rollerbladers were doing circuits of the bandstand, whooping and cheering each other on. A spaniel lolloped after them, barking, its curly ears flying wide. Bella swung round, watching it all until it made her dizzy, and then she fell back against the ironwork balustrade beside him. If he'd rung a handbell, she thought, they'd have all gathered round and listened. "I was sort of hoping for a table in a corner somewhere and something hot to drink." He didn't seem to hear her. He was drumming his fingers on the ironwork, scanning the park as if trying to commit it to memory. "I like this place. It's so full of life. People going about their own business, in the same way as they have for a couple of 100 years. Reminds me of pictures in our old children books in the nursery." Nursery, thought Bella, sounded a bit grand. Or possibly grand in the past, fallen on hard times way, like Granny Georgia. Though Silk Shirt didn't look as if he'd had a problem paying his clothes bill. On the other hand, she herself had gone to that party looking like $1 million, and it was all borrowed or second-hand from Oxfam. She said abruptly, "Who are you?" He looked down at her then. He seemed startled. At once she was flustered. "I mean, where do I write my thank you note for returning my phone?" "Oh, that. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad to have it back to you," he added wickedly. "In fact, very glad. My friends were starting to comment on my having a pink phone that I kept checking." Did that mean he had wanted her to call? Wanted to meet her again? Bella looked at him doubtfully. She had to narrow her eyes against the low sun. He did not take off his shades. It was hopeless. She could not read him. And he still had not told her his name. Lottie was probably right. The man probably fancied a mild flirtation, an assignation that couldn't get too heavy. Oh well, no harm done, and at least she'd got her phone. "Well, I ought to be getting back," said Bella. She held out her hand. "Thank you for the seek and rescue service. My phone buddies and I are very grateful. Not to mention my mother." He ignored her hand. "You're going?" He sounded amazed. Well, damn it, what did he expect when he told her nothing and didn't let her have as much as a hot drink? "Needs must," said Bella with a determined smile. "I've got to see an agency about a job, and then I have to pick up my real life again." Yes? Yes, of course, you must go. Your real life." Suddenly he wasn't so difficult to read at all. He sounded bleak and disappointed. "It's been nice knowing you," said Bella, softening a little. He shook his head. "Well, goodbye." And she ran off down the steps of the bandstand and out towards the main eastern gate of the park as fast as she decently could. He did not come after her. Okay. How was that? I really enjoyed reading that, actually. I think my throat is a little bit dry. I've done quite a lot of recording today, actually. I did a new chapter for one of my Audible books, my official audiobooks. Curse of the Earth... just butchered that. Curse of the Ice Dragon by Tara West, which has been an absolute pleasure to narrate so far. And I absolutely must crack on with some of my other Audible stuff as well. And I've also recorded 2 new chapters of The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett this afternoon as well. So, yeah, 40 minutes of Tamaria Prince was probably a little bit heavy on my slightly dry throat, but yeah, I really, really hope you enjoyed that. I found it really, really fun, and I know there's been a few things that I couldn't really avoid here and there over these last few weeks and even last couple of months, but yeah, that was a real pleasure, and I wish I'd not left it so long. So I must really endeavour to try and read chapter 4 quite soon. I mean, the plan was to read a new chapter every 2 weeks at the most, alternating between Sherlock Holmes and such on the Red Fox Book Club. But as Bella says, life got in the way, so I'll just try my best to get that rolling again. To Marry a Prince, Chapter 4. Lonely Prince has night out with the boys. Cindy in the Daily Dispatch. Anthea of Jodie's Jobs was glad to see Bella. "Christmas temping, is it?" she asked, after giving her a hug. calling up her file and providing her with some warm, stewed coffee from the bubbling machine. Bella held her hands round the cup gratefully. Actually, I was looking for something a bit longer term than that. She ran through everything she had done since the last time Anthea took her details. Anthea sucked her biro. To be honest, we don't get a lot of call for fish counters. How urgently do you need a job? Bella had checked her bank balance that morning. Today would be good. I see. Anthea's fingers flickered over the keyboard as she talked. Well, Christmas temping hasn't started yet, but I could do you a stand-in receptionist at a dentist's. He's a bit of a bastard, actually, so a lot of the girls won't go back, but if you're desperate... What sort of bastard? Anthea read aloud off the screen. Smarmy to the rich clients, bullying to the staff, has been known to throw things. She peered at Bella. You could go and see him today. Start tomorrow if you like. Bella pulled a face. But it was gainful employment and faster than she could have hoped. How much? Anthea told her. Bella was surprised. That's not bad. Pig's premium, said Anthea, and they both laughed. I'll do it. Give me the address. The dentist's consulting rooms were in a smart Belgravia house, and they were in a shambles. A harassed woman was trying to talk on the phone, deal with a new appointment for a bad-tempered client, and take a credit card payment at the same time. Bella stood quietly by and watched until, eventually, she was done. Then she stepped forward and introduced herself. The woman nearly wept with relief. As it turned out, she was the wife of one of the partners, helping out because the man, as she called him, had sworn at the temporary receptionist on Friday, and the girl had told him he could stuff his job. Oh, you're a godsend, she told Bella. I didn't dare hope they'd get a replacement so quickly. Of course, you'll have to see the man first. He insists on that, but I'm sure it's just a formality. I'll show you to the waiting room. But the phone started ringing again. So Bella found her own way to a luxurious room full of squashy sofas and tables holding glossy magazines. It could have been the drawing room in a country house hotel, she thought, smiling at a nervous small boy in school uniform and bypassing the glosses for a pile of today's newspapers. The man kept her waiting for ages. Otherwise, she would never have read the gossip column in the Daily Dispatch. And when she did, she sat bolt upright, feeling sick. It was only a snippet. What does a chap do when a girl dumps his big brother? Takes him on the town to forget. Prince George is a regular at Mayfair's Supermart Funky Boyd. But it was the first time regulars had seen the Prince of Wales there. Looks like he was having a good time. But it was the blurry photograph beside the gossip item that made Bella feel as if the world had just turned flat and she was sliding off it. 6 people were pictured dancing. One of them was waving a champagne bottle over his head. In the forefront was a blonde in a backless black dress, glancing over her shoulder at the camera while her partner's eyes gleamed. Bella knew those eyes. Knew the way they looked as if they were laughing even when the rest of his face was still. Come to think of it, she even knew the silken sheen of that shirt sleeve. It was him. The Prince of Wales? And she had blurted out her problems to him, left him to return her naff pink phone. Not recognised him. What a fool he must think her. What a blind blank fool. And he had seemed so kind. Damn it! She had even told him he was kind this morning. Thanked him for mopping her up on Saturday night, when all the time he was holding out on her, pretending to be someone else, and had gone straight on from that party to a backless blonde at the Funky Boit. There was no doubting that backless knew who he was. Had he told her about the mad girl he'd met at the party? God, maybe he'd even had a bet with her or the others at the club. I bet I met this blonde bimbo tonight who couldn't see straight enough to recognize me. How much says I can string her along a bit more, if I wear my sunglasses and keep her on the move? Bella writhed with embarrassment, but it was worse even than that. It hurt. In his way, he had done as much of a con job on her as Francis had. Only with Francis it had all been about vanity and getting his work done for him. With Richard, bloody Prince Bloody Richard, it had been a deliberate deception. And he had seemed so honest. She'd thought there was an attraction between them. When he'd said that about fellow feeling this morning, she thought it was something they shared. Well, that would teach her not to go reading too much into a few words that meant nothing. She thought, I am never telling anyone about this, not even Lottie, and I am going to forget it. I am. She was polite, but crisp with her prospective employer. It cowed him into signing her up without any attempt to bully her. Bella barely noticed. When Lottie rang, she didn't answer. In fact, she didn't answer any call except her mother's. She took that, chatted briefly, and arranged to visit next weekend. But when her mother said anxiously, "Darling, are you all right? You don't sound it," she just said, "Bit busy right now. Gotta go." She didn't want to go back to the flat. Instead, she walked for hours. Harrods, warmly scented and blessedly anonymous. Hyde Park, bright and chilly, with the wind making waves dance on the Serpentine. Oxford Street, the luxury shops of Mayfair, Piccadilly, the Haymarket. By the time she got to Trafalgar Square, she was chilled to the bone and exhausted. She fled into the National Gallery and went round 3 galleries without taking in a single painting. This is ridiculous, she thought. I only met the man once. Well, twice, if you count this morning. He can't do this to me. Pull yourself together, Bella. Answer your phone calls. Tell Anthony you've taken the job. Get on with real life. No bones broken, as Georgia would say. She found a small cafe and took a latte to a table in the corner. She pulled out her phone. She was starting to really hate the pink, sparkly thing, and worked her way through the messages. There was one number she didn't recognize. It had called several times. Could it be him? Nah, not a chance. She was just about to text Anthea when the phone rang. The unknown number. Bella's heart lurched. "Yes? Can we talk?" said a voice she recognized. To her horror, her eyes filled with sudden tears. What was happening to her? "No, we can't," she said nastily, and cut the call. She dropped the phone on the tabletop and rummaged for a hanky. She couldn't find one, so she blew her nose hard on one of the cafe's paper napkins instead. Georgia would have called it sordid, and Georgia would have been right, she thought. The phone rang again. She glared at it. But in the end, she answered. "What?" "You know, then." He sounded chastened. "No? What do I know? I just saw your photo in the dispatch, and I know who you are, if that's what you mean." He groaned. "Hell. But I don't know why you wanted to play games like that. It's not honourable, and it's not kind." Her voice shook. She wasn't going to let him hear her crying. In fact, she wasn't going to cry. She cut the call fast. And stocked up on cafe paper napkins. She even managed to drink some of the latte before he rang again. "Bella, don't hang up," he said as soon as she answered. "How do you know my name's Bella? You told me yesterday when I rang." "Oh." That took the wind out of her sails a bit. "Look, I've handled this badly, I admit." "Oh, I don't know." She sounded brittle and sophisticated, she thought. Also very angry. "I think you handled it very well. Kept the girl distracted, avoided giving her your name, even when she asked. And she still didn't twig what a liar you are." That stung him. "I didn't lie." "Yes, you bloody did," she yelled, "and you know it." This time she not only cut the call, she threw the phone at the cafe wall, where it broke into bits. Well, at least it gave her something to do. She went to buy a replacement. A smartphone this time. She'd got a job now. It rang as soon as the chip was in place. "Ignore it," she told the startled salesman. "A nuisance caller." She stamped home to the flat, the phone going every few minutes. Setting her teeth, she vowed to sign up to a new company the next day. But she didn't turn it off. And when it stopped ringing, she felt even worse somehow. She even checked the new device to make sure she had not inadvertently pressed the silent button on the unfamiliar keypad. But she hadn't. He had just given up. Well, that was a good thing, wasn't it? Lottie was still at work when Bella got back. The flat felt empty and alien, and she realized that the heating had not come on yet. It took a bit of a hunt, but she found the controls and punched the override. Pretty soon, the place felt homey again, especially after she'd turned on the radio. She got out of her going-to-work clothes, lost the heels, and padded round the flat in jeans and a sweater. She'd just made herself a large mug of tea when the entry phone rang. "Hello?" "Bella?" She dropped the mug of tea. It crashed onto the polished pine floor and broke into a dozen pieces. Hot tea soaked into her socks, making her jump. "Ouch!" "Bella, can I come in?" She was dancing on the spot, trying to avoid the scalding liquid and the shards as she plucked at the wettest sock. "Damn it!" His voice grew urgent. "Bella, what's wrong?" Distracted, she pushed the entry button and heard the long buzz as the outer door opened. She got one sock off and threw it into the corner, but she was still hopping and pulling when there were loud footsteps, as if someone had run up the stairs, followed by a thundering on the front door of the flat. "Bella, what's happening? Let me in!" She hopped up to the door and threw it open. Or at least, she tried to. She had not allowed for being bent nearly double, hauling at the sock on her left foot. She recoiled and sat down hard, among the shattered china, as it happened. "Oof," she said, followed by, "Ow, ow." "Bella!" He shouldered his way in, looking wildly round, and stopped dead as he saw her sitting on the floor, nursing her foot, a wet, a now blood-smeared sock draped over her shoulder like a waiter's napkin. "What on earth?" "I've hurt my foot," said Bella in a small voice. He shook his head as if to clear it. "What? Why? How?" "I dropped my mug, spilled the tea and trod in it, broke the mug and sat on it, I think." Her voice started to rise. "I'm bleeding." He didn't need any further explanation. He scooped her up, kicking the door shut behind him, and carried her into the sitting room, where he deposited her on the oldest, shabbiest sofa. "Show me." Cautiously, Bella withdrew the pressure from the side of her foot. That revealed a wedge-shaped cut, tailing off into a long, shallow scratch. He inspected it like a pro. "That needs cleaning. There could be glass in the wound." She sniffed a bit. "Ceramic, with forget-me-nots." Her voice wobbled. He looked up at her then. It was the heart-stopping smile she remembered. How could he be such a lying toe-rag and have a smile like that? It wasn't fair. "Okay, forget-me-not ceramic. It still needs to be fished out. Hot water? First aid box?" Bella was starting to feel faint. She directed him to the bathroom, but denied all knowledge of any first aid supplies. He went, and she fell back among the lumpy cushions, nursing her foot. She didn't want to look at it again. There was a purply-white flap of flesh that made her feel quite sick. Fortunately, he was not so squeamish. He came back with a soap dish full of warm water, a fistful of Lottie's eye makeup remover pads, and a tube of antiseptic cream. "Let's see if gangrene has set in," he said cheerfully, brushing her hand away. Bella leaned forward, peering in spite of herself. "It looks gross." "Then don't look." She sat back hastily and averted her eyes, while he mopped in a brisk, no-nonsense fashion that somehow didn't hurt as much as it ought to. When he'd finished, he pressed an eye makeup pad to the side of her foot and said, "Hold it there. You don't have to look. Just keep pressing hard so it doesn't start bleeding again." He disappeared into the bathroom and returned with a handful of serious-looking packets and a roll of bandage. Bella stared. "I'd say that either your flatmate is a hypochondriac or she dates rugby players. Hold this." She took the roll of bandage while he ripped open one of the smaller packets. "Here we are. Sterilized pad. Brilliant. You can take your hand away now." She did, and braced herself for a fountain of blood, but the gash only oozed a bit. He slapped the pad onto it, wound the crepe bandage around her foot like a professional, and stood back with a flourish. "I should stay there for a bit." Sorry, I was just checking who that was. "I should stay there for a bit, if I were you. Keep the pressure off. If you stand up, it will start to bleed again." "Thank you," said Bella. She could see he was pleased with himself, and she was genuinely grateful. On the other hand, he was still a lying toe-rag who'd had no compunction about making a fool of her. He had no right to tell her what to do, even if it was for her own good. He cocked an eyebrow. "Still annoyed with me?" She sat up, furious all over again. "Annoyed? Annoyed? Annoyed doesn't begin to cover it. What you did was unforgivable." He backed away, blinking. "Would you really call it unforgivable?" he demurred. "I just did. What's more, I mean it." "I can see that. But, look, give me a chance to explain." But she swept on. Anger was better than weeping. His duplicity still hurt more than she wanted to think about. "I thought I knew every lousy trick in the book that you guys play on women, but this is a new one, even for me and my friends." He looked serious. "You've told your friends?" That made her even madder. "Oh, yes! That gets you, doesn't it? What if one of my friends goes and tells the Daily Shag? You wart poultice!" He blinked. Just for a moment, Bella thought she saw his mouth start to lift at the corner. He reared up against the battered corner of the sofa. "Don't you dare laugh at me! Don't you dare!" At once he was serious again. Not laughing, not laughing. If your friends have told the Daily Shag..." His voice shook for a moment, but he got control of it with admirable speed. "It's no more than I deserve. I'll tell my office to admit everything and issue an abject apology." She relaxed. "Well, they haven't, though it would serve you right if they did." "They haven't? How do you know?" "Because I haven't told anyone," she snapped. "I didn't find out myself until this afternoon. Then I saw your photo in a paper in the dentist's waiting room and realised you were a sodding prince as well as a total..." Words failed her. "Wart poultice?" he offered, straight-faced. "Con man," she said coldly. "I know." He sat down in the shabby old armchair on the other side of the fireplace and clasped his hands between his knees. "I'm truly sorry. I don't know what came over me. I've never done anything like that before." "Huh?" "No, I mean it. Ask anyone. Not me at all. My brother George, now. It's exactly the sort of thing he loves. Does it all the time. He's been known to dress up in a gorilla suit and sell kisses at a hen night. But me? No. I'm the boring, well-behaved one." "Not," said Bella between her teeth, "from where I'm sitting." He sighed. "No, I can see that. I really am sorry." "So you've said." "Look, can I explain?" "I don't know. Can you?" "I don't know, but I can try." He looked into yesterday's ashes. "When you didn't know who I was, really didn't know, I mean, weren't just playing some game you thought was cute, I felt as if I'd been given a present. Everyone always knows who I am, so they're polite and a bit careful, or challenging sometimes, or flirtatious. I know how to put them at their ease. Or deflect hostility, or blank the predatory vamp. Oh, boy, do I know how to do that." For a moment, he sounded bitter. Bella was aware of a sneaking sympathy for him. She repressed it. He deserved to suffer a lot more yet before she forgave him. If she forgave him. "I never tried to vamp you," she said hotly. He looked up then. "No, exactly. You were just sweet and all tied up with your own problems." She stiffened. "Are you saying I'm self-obsessed?" He smiled. "No, you just had your own priorities, and I wasn't one of them. You have no idea what that was like. I felt like a horse galloping into a field after spending its life walking round and round a paddock." "Really?" She was skeptical. He ran his hands through his hair. "Look, everyone around me thinks I'm so important, and it's not good to be the person for whom everything is done, around whom everything is planned. They treat me like a national monument. And then, on Saturday, as far as you were concerned, I was just a guy who happened by. It was a new experience for me." "I see. It made sense in a weird way. I didn't want to give that up. Can you understand that? I suppose so. But it still doesn't explain why you went on playing Mr. Nobody this morning. That was horrid. He flushed. I know. I even asked who you were, for God's sake. I know, he said miserably. But I don't usually have to tell people who I am. I couldn't find the words somehow, and while I was floundering, you ran off. That made sense, she thought, softening. I knew I'd done it wrong as soon as you did. You looked so hurt. Bella flinched and hardened herself again. So why didn't you come after me and put it right? Tell me who you were, at least. I wanted to, but, well, there was my security man watching, and God knows who else. You might not have recognized me, but there are plenty of people who do all the time. Recognize you? She gave a hoot of derision. Huh! How the hell would they recognize you under a hoodie and shades? You look like a CIA assassin. Really? He sounded flattered. Not a very good assassin. Oh, well, that's me in my place, he said resignedly. In spite of herself, she gave a faint giggle. He looked up hopefully. Bella, please. I know I've been all sorts of an idiot and have every right to kick me out and never see me again. But can we start again? Please. She thought about it. Start again? As if we'd just met. Saturday never happened? His eyes lit with the secret laughter. I don't want to go that far. You looked very fetching among the flower pots. Say this morning never happened. Ah, she thought about it. Proper introductions? If you want. The Hamiltons could ask us both to dinner. She waved that aside. I don't mean references and people you know setting it up with people I know. I mean you telling me who you are, what you do, and what you want. And then giving me a phone number like people do, if you want to. He looked dazed. I want to, he said in a sort of strangled croak. Okay then, let's see how it goes. Hello, I'm Bella Greenwood. She held out her hand. He took it, but instead of shaking it politely, he stood up and went down on one knee in front of the sofa, holding her hand between both of his. Oh my lord, she thought, startled. I'm Richard. I'm heir to the British throne. I saw you across a moonlit courtyard, and I couldn't wait to meet you. Wow, she thought. Aloud, she said, You are nuts. You know that? I can't say things like that to the heir to the throne. Oh, sorry. You can't say things like that to the heir to the throne, he said calmly, and kissed her hand. Very gently, but it was a real kiss all the same. She felt it through her skin and down to her bones, and it damn nearly stopped her heart. You are going seriously, OTT, she said in a breathless, scolding voice. You told me to tell you what I want, he said in an injured voice. I said proper introductions, she hissed, seriously flustered. Well, all right, if you insist. But if you want to curtsy, you'll have to stand up. Curtsy? No way! You are quite right. You shouldn't put any weight on that foot yet. Not for hours. In fact, I think... Abruptly, he stopped kneeling beside her and plonked himself down on the sofa. Budge up? She did, eyeing him warily. He put one arm along the saggy old back and leaned forward, looking down into her eyes. His, she saw, were brown and very, very amused. "I think you should lie back, and if you tell me to lie back and think of England, I shall deck you," snarled Bella, finding herself a lot deeper among the cushions than she had expected. He smiled. "No, you won't." And kissed her. And there was a yell at the front... And there was a yell as the front door opened and Lottie skidded on spilled tea in the ruins of her forget-me-not mug. Richard let Bella go rather slowly. "There." She swallowed. "You took advantage of me." "Yup." "Oh, God, and now Lottie's home." "Charlotte thing?" "Good." He stood up. "Good? Good? Have you no sense of timing?" But he was already in the small hall. Bella heard him say, "Charlotte Hendred? You won't remember me, but we met at the Hamiltons several months ago. I wonder if you'd do me the immense kindness of introducing me to your friend, Miss Greenwood." There were glugging sounds from the hallway. Bella sympathized. The man was a swine, with a very nasty sense of humour. She struggled off the sofa and limped over to the door of the sitting room. She was very much afraid that her hair was a mess and her cheeks were pink. Lottie would recognise the signs of a woman who had just been comprehensively kissed. But there wasn't a thing Bella could do about it. Hi, Lottie. Richard," she glared at him, "is teasing you. We met on Saturday." "But we weren't properly introduced," he said imperturbably. "Miss Hendred?" Lottie looked from one to the other of them, and shrugged. "Your Royal Highness, may I present Miss Isabella Greenwood, a childhood friend and currently my flatmate." Bella's chin rose. "I told you, no curtsying." His eyes laughed. "Okay, what about a date? A proper date, where I pick you up, take you to dinner, and bring you home again?" Bella was so taken aback she could only mouth, like a goldfish, but no words came out. He stood there, all courteous attention, waiting for an answer. Eventually, she managed a wordless squee noise, like a demented dentist's drill, and he inclined his head. "Thank you. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock?" She squeaked again. He clicked his fingers. "Phone number. You wanted me to give it to you, but I think you have it on your phone already. Lots and lots of times, in fact. Call me if you want to change the plans. Otherwise, I'll see you here tomorrow at 8. He came over and looked down at her, half laughing and wholly purposeful. Bella swallowed. But he didn't kiss her. Instead, he touched one hand to her scarlet cheek, which was worse, somehow. Wonderful, but worse. "Take care of that foot," he said softly. "I'll see you tomorrow." Yes." He inclined his head to Lottie. "Miss Hendred, a great pleasure." He left. The front door closed gently behind him. The two friends stared at each other. Bella hot and confused, Lottie looking as if she'd been sandbagged. Lottie recovered first. She gave a huge grin and punched the air. "Woo!" no! You pulled the prince! Thank you for listening. Sorry as always for many mistakes in there, but I hope it was a good listen. That is the end of my live reading of Chapter 4 of Sophie Page's To Marry a Prince. So, my reading of To Marry a Prince has been a little bit erratic, to say the least. Just a chapter here and there popping up on the Red Fox Book Club live streams. But I really would like to get more regular with this series, as I've said before. However, it is really quite tricky for me to get any good routine with live streaming at the moment, so I thought for Chapter 5, and perhaps for the next few chapters, let's just see how things go, I'm going to approach this with a sort of raw reading style, somewhat akin to the first few chapters of The Secret Garden. So of course it won't sound as raw as an actual live reading during a live stream, but likewise I'm not going for as polished a finish as I do with Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, the latest chapter of The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, for example. But although the reading won't be as polished in terms of my reading style and editing and things, I actually hope that it might be quite enjoyable in a different way, as some people seem to actually find this more casual style quite comforting and relaxing, and hopefully you'll still find my reading believable and engaging and an all-round enjoyable experience. But do let me know in the comments if you enjoy what's to come. Please do remember those thumbs up. And let's get started. Chapter 5. Our first dates always difficult. Tube talk. It was just as well, Bella thought, that she was starting a new job, or she would have spent the day in a fever of what-ifs and should I have saids. As it was, she had her first trial of strength with the bullying dentist, and forgot for at least an hour that she was going out on a first date with the most unlikely man in the world. When she arrived, early as she always did, the harassed woman of the day before was waiting for her in the cubbyhole they called an office. She presented Bella with notes in a range of handwriting and legibility, and fled. It did not take her long to work out that the appointments system was a mess. The staff roster worse, and the outstanding queries on bills, orders, and even lost property went back months. The filing was laughable, but Bella had not spent the best part of a year counting fish for nothing. If there was one thing she knew how to do, it was organize data. She made a list of the jobs to be done and consulted a friendly hygienist on what to do first. "Get the appointments straight," said Anya with feeling. "The best receptionist we ever had used to telephone people the day before to remind them. These days I get at least one missed appointment a day, sometimes more." "Right," said Bella, bringing appointments to the top of her list. Anya leaned over the counter, watching her. "Nice idea, but you'll never make it stick. Mulligan the Magnificent will come steaming out and make you drop everything to do something he wants." She was right. Between checking patients in, directing them to the waiting room, making out their bills and taking payments, Bella straightened out appointments for the next day. 2 patients said they'd changed their appointment. One had a broken leg and was in hospital. The others were grateful. She had 2 left to go when Mulligan appeared at her desk. "You're not supposed to make phone calls," he told her disagreeably. They're phone calls to patients. Well, you should ask me first. Bella just looked at him. He started to bluster. She sat there with her hands folded and listened. When he finished, she said, I have established that you have 3 appointments tomorrow where patients will be unable to turn up. Anya has 2 cancellations, and Mr. Page has 1. What? Silently, she swung the screen round so he could see. Ridiculous. Patients are so irresponsible. Bill them anyway. Difficult to do that when it's our fault. 2 have already rebooked, but someone here forgot to take out the original appointment. There was a standoff. Then book someone else in, he snapped at last. Bella gave him a sweet smile. You mean you give me permission to make a phone call or 2? If he'd been a horse, he would have thrown back his head and neighed with frustration. Bastard, said Anya with satisfaction, emerging from the hygienist's suite. Well done, you. So Bella went home, cautiously pleased, and when Lottie asked, How was your day? Said, First round to me. First round? There will be others. I've worked for the mulligans of this world before. You'll handle it, said Lottie. Now, what are you wearing tonight? Bella had been thinking about that, and had worked out a strategy. Nothing too fancy, she said firmly. First dates are a minefield. I want to feel comfortable. I did buy some shoes at lunchtime, though. Lottie approved the cute patent T-bars she had picked up, but was disappointed by her refusal to dress up in full party fig. But, in the end, she sighed and agreed that Bella was probably right. But no jeans, she warned. You don't know where he's taking you, and some places don't let in people wearing jeans. Bella raised an eyebrow. Okay, they'd probably let the Prince of Wales in, but you'd have everyone staring, like one of those horrible Bateman cartoons. The woman who wore jeans at Club Exclusive. You'd hate it. So when Richard arrived, Bella was ready in a pair of waist-hugging cigarette pants over an old silk camisole top of Lottie's. She had found a short, fitted blazer on her Oxfam trawl. It was covered in a spray of small black beads. It was one of those classic vintage numbers that managed to look both chic and casual all at once. Actually, I like it, said Lottie, inspecting her critically. Not coming from a charity shop would have been a real bonus, but you'll definitely do. She even allowed Bella out with only the minimum of makeup, on the grounds that her Indian Ocean tan was as good as anything that came in a bottle. Jewellery? But Bella had none. She'd not taken any to the island with her, and she was still living out of her backpack with a few supplements. I'll pick up all my stuff at the weekend, she promised. Lottie was desperate to lend her some pearl earrings, but Bella hooted with laughter and told her to get real. I'm not a Jane Austen heroine. Pearls are for historical novels and grandmothers. Well, you need something. Otherwise you'll look as if you're going for a working lunch or something. In this jacket? Lottie admitted it would be a bit sparkly for the office, but they settled on a pair of golden chandelier earrings from Lottie's extensive bauble collection, just to add a sparkle or 2 more. First dates always have their awkward moments, and Bella braced herself. But Richard was perfectly at ease from the moment she opened the door to him. He kissed her on both cheeks quite naturally, and flapped a cheerful hand at a hovering Lottie, saying, Do you mind if we push off now? I've parked a bit adventurously. Sure, said Bella, surprised but obliging. Bye, lots. He held the door open for her, and grinned at Lottie. See you later. Which very neatly established that he would be back tonight, and so would Bella. She told him so as they went down the stairs. God, you're smooth. He looked down at her, one eyebrow raised. That sounds as if you don't approve. She shook her head. Not at all. It will be a new experience. He was right about his parking. He was nearly blocking a garage entrance, and the front wheels were definitely on a double yellow line. Antisocial, he said ruefully, but I'd been round 3 times and there was nowhere else. And I didn't expect to be long. Thank you for being ready to go. You're welcome. The car was an unremarkable saloon. No royal standard, no fancy number plates, Bella was relieved to see. Richard held the door open for her, and she got in. He slid into the driving seat, and they were off. He drove down to the embankment and turned west along the river. So he wasn't taking her into town then. Where are we going? Small restaurants, run by a man I know. I hope you like it. Later, you should tell me all the things you like to eat, where you like to go, what you enjoy doing. But tonight, I had to guess. Great, I love surprises. She was taken aback all the same. When he passed up on Mayfair, she braced herself for some Michelin-starred foodie's paradise in a smart village. But the restaurant was in an outer suburb, in a set of arches under a railway line. It had candles set on old sherry barrels in the bar area, and red-checked tablecloths. The greeter at the door seemed to know him. Mr. Clark, table for 2? This way. Mr. Clark? Said Bella, when they were seated. He pulled a face. My brother George's idea of a joke. Kent Clark. Superman backwards. So, are you always Mr. Clark when you go out on the Raz? Sometimes. The waiter brought them 2 menu cards, and Bella saw the food was Spanish. What would you like to drink? Sherry is the house speciality, but you can have a cocktail or proper champagne. Not just Spanish fizz, if you'd rather. My grandmother drinks sherry. I don't think I've ever tried it. Deal me in. It was the start of a wonderful evening. Low-key and very friendly. Maybe first dates didn't have to be so fraught after all, she thought. Plate after plate of exotic tapas was put on the table, along with wonderful crusty bread. She and Richard swapped tastes and dipped their bread in the same earthenware dishes of sardines, and oil and olives, and wonderful oniony potato cakes, and of course, paella. She got olive oil on her chin. Richard blotted it for her, and it was like a caress. The food was so delicious that when the patron chef emerged from the kitchen to tour the tables, Bella could genuinely tell him the paella was the best she'd ever tasted. He beamed. Richard was equally pleased. Okay, that's a good start. You like Spanish food. What else? Thai? Italian? Tell me. Bella thought about it. I'm pretty much an omnivore. I don't like squid because of the idea of it, or okra because it's slimy. Oh, and I wouldn't want to eat hare because they dance. But that's about it, I think. He nodded gravely. I'll bear that in mind. And where are your favourite places? Depends. I like the downs in the early morning when the sun's coming up, you know, and the dew is sparkling on the fields. And I like the ruins, like Minster Lovel and Walkworth Castle. He stared. What? Ruins? He shook his head. What? His shoulders began to shake. I meant, he said, when he could speak, where do you like to go for entertainment? I was thinking of where we go next. Along the lines of clubbing and so forth. Food, dancing, maybe 10-pin bowling at a pinch. Ruins is a new one. Oh, I see. Bella was rueful. Well, I've never been much of a dancer. I've got 2 left feet and I tend to flail with drink taken. I wasn't thinking of competitive ballroom activity, he assured her. Oh, well, in that case, she said, relieved. I can stomp around on the dance floor like anyone else, I suppose. Before I went away, I used to go clubbing with the girls every few weeks or so. He stared at her, fascinated. But you prefer ruins, really? I think I do, she said reflectively. Is that odd? You're a romantic, he said on a note of discovery. Who'd have guessed? No, she said, revolted. Practical 21st century woman, me. And started telling him about her new job. He laughed at the idea of her being paid a pig's premium because the boss was so vile. She shrugged. I can handle him. I don't doubt it. Well, I've handled worse. And if I stick the island for 10 months, I can manage dentist hell. At least there's a going home time when I can see friends and read books. The island was real hell, then. Not all of it. But I went because I was sort of stuck on the guy who was running it, and he turned out to be... a pig. She thought about Francis. Noble and disorganized, and just a bit too sure of his charm. No, not a pig. But, well, shallow, you know? With an enormous appetite for being waited on, preferably well larded with breathless admiration. I got tired of saying, Francis, you're so clever. He winced. Poor guy. Not poor guy at all, said Bella robustly. He keeps sending me texts saying why he can't understand why I've had a crisis. But when I come to my senses, I'm welcome back. And anyway, he will always be there for me. There's something wrong with that, said Richard cautiously. Bella was scornful. It's code for, come back and sort out the files. I told you, Francis is high maintenance. Never logged any data himself since the day he found out he could get devoted students to do it for him. Ah, what? You're very clear-sighted, aren't you? Not quite so much a dyed-in-the-wool romantic as I thought. I told you, I'm not romantic. Wanna bet? But Bella backed away from that one. This might be the most relaxed first date she'd ever been on, but there was a look in his eye that was not relaxed at all. And if there was one thing an unromantic, sensible woman did not want to do, it was mess up her life by falling for an unavailable man. And they didn't come much more unavailable than the heir to the throne. She said lightly, You'd lose your money. Don't forget, I lived on a tropical island and counted fish. There is that. He leaned forward. So what next for you? I assume Frankenstein the dentist is only a... stopgap? Bella was drinking Rioja at the time and nearly choked. That is a very bad pun, she said reproachfully when she got her breath back. He looked wounded. I thought it was rather good for the spur of the moment. Well, maybe, she allowed. And yes, I'm looking for a proper job too, but that will take time. What sort of job? Something adventurous? She sighed. I think I'm off adventure. I like being clean too much and keeping in touch with people. My father will drum me out of the Greenwood family. Really? Why? He's an explorer. Arctic wastes, deserts, Mongol plains. As long as it's remote, uncomfortable and deserted, he's in seventh heaven. His mother, my Granny Georgia, is an ecologist who keeps popping off up the Amazon to save the rainforest. Richard was not interested in Georgia, though. He sat bolt upright. Greenwood? You're not H.T. Greenwood's daughter? Yes, said Bella sadly. Hitherto, Richard had seemed quite perfect, but she had seen that look before on the keen-eyed groupies who came to her father's lectures. Who would have thought the Prince of Wales was a fan of old Finns? He's an inspiration, said Richard in hushed tones, confirming it. Bella sighed, torn between pride, loyalty, and a bedrock desire not to lie to this man. Hector Toby Greenwood, known as Phineas, because he ran away and went round the world when he was supposed to be at school. Yes, that's the daddy. He has his moments. Richard studied her for a moment, and then he surprised her. Hard act to live up to. She felt warmed. Yes, that's it exactly. My brother Neil refused to try. Told everyone he was a homebody and wanted to teach. Finn never argued, to be fair. Never tried to talk him out of it, not even when he said he didn't want an exciting gap year travelling, just wanted to get on with his life. So, you were the one left carrying the Greenwood banner. Bella was struck by this. I've never thought of it like that. You could be right. I know I'm right. Welcome to the club. But Bella was still thinking about the Greenwood inheritance. Do you know, I was even named after a 19th century explorer. He shook his head. I don't believe it. There was never an explorer called Bella. What's your real name? Augustus? You're wrong there. Isabella Bird was the first female fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. Never heard of her. You've missed a good thing, said Bella with enthusiasm. She was a phenomenon. Half the time she reclined on a couch or stayed at home with Mama and did good works, and the other half she would pack her bags and go travelling. After Mama died, she went round the world. She was passionate about horses, and rode all through the Wild West in the days when it was still wild. Possibly had an affair with a Davy Crockett type, and maybe another one in Japan with her translator, who was less than half her age. She went to Persia, Ladakh, Tibet, Hawaii, all round the States. Wrote some pretty good books. My father always says she was an anti-colonialist, and bent Gladstone's ear about it. Bella stopped dead, suddenly realising where her enthusiasm had led her. I probably ought to tell you. I mean, it's not going to matter. You'll probably never meet him. But my father is a conviction Republican. Doesn't hold with monarchy or empire. Mostly he just hates kings and queens. Richard stared at her for an unnerving minute. She had the impression of his brain working very fast to process a lot of new information. He said slowly, You mean he wouldn't approve of me? Probably not, no. I see. Nothing personal, she added hurriedly. He nodded. She could still sense his brain racing. So, you're not going to tell him you're seeing me? That sounded underhand somehow. Well, I don't see him very often, and he's not a great one for writing. The subject probably won't come up. Don't see him? How come? She explained about her parents' divorce and moving to Hampshire with stepfather Kevin. But you still try to keep up the Greenwood traditions? Yes, I suppose so. I was sort of always Daddy's girl. Ah. Do you ever travel with your father? She was shocked. Good heavens, no. He wouldn't have me. You need full survival training to go anywhere with Finn. Not to mention the patience of a saint, an orderly mind, and a determination to stick to the plan. Finn tends to be impetuous. Suddenly, Richard was amused. Very clear-sighted, he murmured. She was conscience-stricken. Do I sound mean? He shook his head. Beautifully honest. Oh, good, I think. Good, definitely. He paused. So, you're Daddy's girl, but you're not going to tell him about me? Bella looked down at her plate. This was the crunch, then. The point in each first date when you had to decide whether there was going to be a second one. She swallowed. I've been away a long time, and I'm still a bit disoriented. I need to find my feet again. Get a job. See where I'm going. I'm not looking for a full-on relationship. He sat very still. So, thank you for a nice evening and goodbye? No, screamed something inside her. Does it have to be so black and white? Can't we just enjoy each other's company and see where it goes? He looked at her for a long, unnerving minute. I mean, do you usually run off to tell your parents every time you meet a new girlfriend? I'm 29 years old. I don't often tell my parents anything. Anyway, there are plenty of people that do it for me, starting with the press. Oh. She hadn't thought of that. Of course. Like that piece in the Dispatch on Monday. That's when I first recognised you, actually. He pulled a face. Well, at least we had 2 days when I was just me. She was remembering the blonde in the backless dress. Who was the girl you left with? Chloe Lenane. Our families have known each other forever. Her aunt is one of my mother's ladies-in-waiting. She's like another sister. He raised a hand, and a waiter materialized beside them. Would you like anything more? A brandy? Coffee? Something sticky? She didn't care, but she knew this evening wasn't ending yet. Anything. Madeira for my guest, he said to the waiter. Black coffee for me. When the man had gone, Richard leaned back. Do you know what has been really different about tonight? She shook her head. You haven't once said, so what is it like being royal? I've talked all about myself, said Bella, instantly conscience-stricken. You're missing the point. You answered my questions, you asked some of your own, as if this was just like any other date you've ever been on. She was puzzled. So, how else? Don't get me wrong, I like it. I just don't think it's ever happened to me before. But there's this bloody great elephant in the room, and you're refusing to see it. What? He leaned forward. His voice was low and intense when he answered. Okay, tonight's an ordinary date for you. Do you know how much management and sheer fucking ingenuity went into delivering it? She shook her head, open-mouthed. He ticked off the points on his fingers. Rented car, not rented by me, obviously. A friend of my security guy is the name on the ticket. I left wearing his jacket and flat cap. Suddenly, Bella remembered the man in the park, with his all-weather coat and cap, standing in the cold sun. You brought him to Battersea Park with you, didn't you? Strictly speaking, he brought me. Drove me there in back. Kept an eye out for the paparazzi all the time we were there. Oh, you wanted to know why I was togged up like a Hollywood assassin on Monday? Well, that's the answer. So there wouldn't be any pictorial evidence. Suddenly, she felt completely out of her depth. Look, Bella, people recognize me. They take photos of me on their cell phones. I don't have a private life. And if you and I try to have a let's see where this takes us deal, you won't either. The waiter brought their drinks. At once, Richard sat back, smiling again, talking about a movie. But the moment the waiter had gone, he said in a low voice, I could only take you out this evening because there was nothing in the diary. I've given the staff the night off. Ian is sitting in my flat, watching my television and pretending he's me. But if anything blows up and someone comes to find me, he's toast. His career's gone. And the press and possibly the security forces will start looking for the woman I spent the evening with. Do you see? I never thought, she answered in a small voice. Well, think now. Bella stared at him. All the lovely laughter and intimacy gone. She didn't know what to say. He gave her a tired smile. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I can see you're not a paparazzi sort of girl. I always knew it, really. Don't worry about it. No harm done. She could have cried. He drove her home in silence. When they got there, she said, Why don't I just jump out here? You'll never find a parking place, and I took you out. I'll see you home. Bella recognized finality when she heard it. She didn't argue. It was chilly now, with autumn taking hold. She was shaking so much she couldn't get the key in the lock. For a while he stood beside her on the front steps, hands in the pockets of his coat. But eventually he took the keys from her gently and unlocked the door himself. She thought he would say goodbye then. She even turned to him for a goodnight kiss. But he held on to the keys, and they both went upstairs. The flat had that indefinable air of being deserted. It was silent, and not quite in darkness. There was a low light from the sitting room, and, when they went in, they found the fire glowing and a tray of unlit candles on the mantelpiece. Oh, Lottie, said Bella. But Richard knelt and lit the candles, then put the tray on the table beside the armchair. He added another log to the fire for good measure. Bella took his coat and discarded her own jacket. A drink? More coffee? He shook his head. I'm fine. But he didn't go, and Bella didn't want him to. She went over and put her arms round his waist, leaning her head against his shoulder. He put his arms round her. She did not know how long they stood there in the semi-darkness, just holding each other. How could it hurt this much to say goodbye when they'd only just met? It was ridiculous. But Bella still didn't let him go. It was he who moved first. Bella, don't go. She was nearly voiceless, but he heard. Oh, love. He sounded shaken. She kissed him with a sort of fury. For a moment, just a moment, he responded totally. Then he let her go and stepped away. She could not believe it. Reached for him. Why not? What does it matter? One night, in the scheme of things. Don't. It came out like a pistol shot and stopped her dead. He ran a hand through his hair. He was breathing like a marathon runner, she saw. You made a good decision tonight, Bella. Don't complicate it. He was going, reaching blindly for his coat as he went, not looking back. She said his name in a disbelieving whisper, but all she heard was the front door opening and closing behind him. Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed that. Please do share your feelings about the reading style. Do let me know if you think this worked or if you've any feedback. And I hope you'll be looking forward to Chapter 6. So if this sort of raw reading style seems to work, then hopefully I'll be able to get a little bit more regular with these chapters. So thank you so much again for joining. Do check out my other readings here on YouTube, as well as over on Twitch. And of course, if you wish, you can gain access to my full audio library over on Patreon. Take care now. And read to you soon. Hello, and welcome back to my reading of To Marry a Prince by Sophie Page, of course, and commissioned by Teresa through Patreon. I've got to say, I really enjoyed Chapter 5. Perhaps my favourite chapter so far. I just really got into it. Very much enjoyed the dialogue between Richard and Bella, and for me the story just went up a notch. Got a little bit deeper, a bit more serious, more feeling. The whole thing just felt a little bit more real to me. So I've been enjoying the story so far, but particularly enjoyed Chapter 5. How about you? What did you think? And I am curious, for fans of this genre, do you yourself have any favourite romance novels? Or favourite books with a similar sort of vibe to Marry a Prince? Because as I've mentioned before, this is really a genre I don't have any experience with at all, so do share your perspective and wisdom down in the comments. But let's get started now and see what Chapter 6 has in store. Chapter 6. Friends, Parents, and the Art of Breaking Up. Girl About Town. It was not a good week. A dozen times a day, Bella was on the brink of calling Richard. A dozen times a day, she cut the call just before it started to ring. One day she would be too late, she thought, and where would that leave her? Would he even answer? Meanwhile, she seemed to see his picture everywhere. In a new batch of glossy magazines that came into the surgery, in the free paper Tube Talk, which she bought on the way to work in the morning, in the Daily Despatch and other newspapers. From hardly noticing the royal family, she seemed to be reading about them all the time. Queen Jane launched a ship. King Henry opened an exhibition of early machinery in a waterworks dating from the Industrial Revolution. Prince Richard gave a speech at a degree ceremony in a college of further education. On Thursday, all three of them went to the opera. It was Wagner. The king looked as if he had been dragged there and was suffering. But Queen Jane was graciousness itself, not a hair out of place, and her regal tiara glittering. Richard, in the regulation tuxedo, looked quiet and a little tired. Bella found herself stroking his face on the printed page. As soon as she realized, she snatched her hand away. Fool! Fool! From Richard himself, there was no word. Well, she didn't expect it. Lottie was an angel. She must have taken a change of clothes for the morning when she left the flat on the night of the date, because she did not come back for breakfast. But she did ring the next morning. "How are you? Hungover?" "A bit." Bella wasn't, but it was as good an excuse as any. She had not slept much, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Makeup had been a major undertaking that morning, and she had stopped off on the way to work to buy herself a new file of touche éclat. "Where did he take you?" "Oh, a little place he knew. You won't know it." "Did people recognize him?" "Not that I noticed." "Bella, are you okay?" She started to say, "I'm fine," then thought better of it. "No, I'm not actually, Lots. But can we talk about it later?" Lottie drew in a sharp breath. "What did the bastard do?" She was always ready to go to war for a friend, Bella remembered. It was kind of comforting, but she had to be stopped. "Nothing. He didn't do anything. Look, Lots, I can't talk about it now. Not now. Please?" Her voice cracked on the last word. All right. See you tonight, then." "Yes." Lottie must have left work early, because she was waiting when Bella got home, with the fire blazing and a delicious smell wafting from the kitchen, along with the mellow tones of Christian Tabaret. "Moroccan stew," said Lottie. "It won't be done for ages. Have a bath, soak away the day, help yourself to the Roman bath oil, then come and have a drink." Bella did. When she emerged, she found that Lottie had left a package on her bed, wrapped in silver tissue paper. She ripped it open and discovered a floor-length kimono in softest sapphire silk. She put it on at once and went out to the sitting room, feeling distinctly weepy. "Oh, Lottie, you are so kind. It's gorgeous." Lottie was curled up on the sofa with her feet tucked under a cushion, reading. She looked up, discarding her novel. "I knew it was your colour as soon as I saw it. Gosh, I wish I was a blonde." Bella blinked her damp eyelashes. "You could be if you wanted. I'm sure Carlos would love the challenge." Lottie shook her head sadly. "Carlos wouldn't hear of it. Says I've got the wrong skin tone. He lets me have gold highlights sometimes. Do you want a drink? I still make a mean margarita. Or there's wine." "What I'd really like is tea," Bella confessed. "You shall have it." "You're a star." Lottie stood up and plumped the pillow, waving Bella onto the sofa. "Go on, cuddle up and toast your toes. I'll put a brew on and stir the stew a bit. Back in a jiffy." She returned with a glass of wine, a dish of olives, and Bella's tea in a Snoopy mug. Accepting it reminded Bella that she needed to confess to her breakage. "I owe you a mug. I'll get you a new one tomorrow." Lottie shrugged. "Mugs come and they go. Don't worry about it." She flung herself down on the armchair and rested her feet on the smart brass fender, watching Bella sip her tea. "How is it?" "Blissful." "How was your day?" Bella made a face. "I've had better." "I can imagine." Lottie hesitated. "Want to talk about it?" "We went on one date. What's to talk about?" "You looking like you've gone 10 rounds with Lord Voldemort for a start." Bella shifted her shoulders. "Probably too many changes all coming on top of each other. Or like my mother would say, me making a fuss about nothing." Lottie snorted. Bella shook her head. "No, she'd be right in this instance. Richard and I—" She swallowed. It was the first time she had said it like that, coupling their names together. "Richard and I don't even know each other." Lottie sucked her teeth. "That wasn't how it looked last night." "Then looks were deceiving." "And he called you his dream girl." "That was just a silly joke." "People who share jokes know each other. I rest my case, my lord." Bella smiled unwillingly. "You're too clever for me. Okay, there was something." "Not enough?" Bella put the mug down and hugged a cushion to herself. "I don't know. I suppose I'd been drifting along, rather. I mean, I didn't know he was a blasted prince for so long. I'd really never taken it in. I was just thinking we could go out for a bit, see if we liked each other, that sort of thing. But he said it wouldn't work. He said he was public property." "Ah, I wondered if it was something like that." Bella nodded. "I suppose you think I'm an idiot." She was used to Lottie's robust opinions. "No, I don't," her friend said, surprising her. She laughed at Bella's expression. "Don't forget I'm in PR. I've seen a lot of people get hit by celebrity. It's fine for people who have some skill or role or talent or something. But if you're just famous for being famous, it can be a terrible curse. Especially if you don't enjoy people staring at you and asking you intrusive questions. And you're not really a girl for the spotlight, are you? You're always bouncing off things." Bella had to admit it. "Shame, though. He seemed a real sweetheart." "Yes," said Bella sadly. "Yes." Lottie didn't mention him again. For the rest of the week she talked about her work, the contract she had failed to nail and the next one she had in her sights, and about easing Bella back into a social life. Bella did her best to respond in kind, but she begged off the social life until she had collected some of her things from her old room at her mother's house. She went down on Friday night, after work. She had bought herself a little weekend bag by then. She knew her mother would not appreciate the backpack. She wouldn't like most of Bella's charity shop clothes either. Fortunately, the new silk kimono ought to hit the spot. Kevin met her at the station, which surprised Bella, and when they got home, her mother flung open the front door and seized her in her arms, which surprised her even more. "Let me look at you. You've lost weight, but your skin looks good and I love your hair." I do wish that the first thing she did when she saw me wasn't always to make an inventory of my personal assets, thought Bella, sighing inwardly. Aloud, she said, "Lottie sent me to her hairdresser, Carlos. Do you remember him from uni? Lottie says he's going to be very successful." Her mother feathered Bella's newly trimmed blonde locks against the light. "Well, he's done a lovely job on you," she said approvingly. "Come in, darling, come in. You know the Nevilles and the Jackson Smiths." It set the tone for the weekend. There were to be guests for every meal, and even more for drinks before the meals. Janet had always been hospitable, But since she'd married Kevin, she seemed to have grown absolutely feverish about it, thought Bella. It was as if a meal didn't really happen unless there was an outside witness to it, preferably with a title and an important job in the city. But there was no doubt her mother was struggling to be proud of her this weekend. She introduced Bella to everyone as "my clever ecologist daughter, so like my mother-in-law." Since Janet and Georgia had always got on, in a mutually uncomprehending sort of way, there was no hidden put-down in that. Not so Janet's references to Finn. She always told people it had been an amicable divorce, and she certainly never stopped him seeing the children. But Bella remembered the tears and her mother's white, cold face when her father had first announced that he was leaving. He needed to be free, he'd said. He had to go where the wind blew him round the world, not keep checking in with mortgage payments and parent-teacher meetings. "There was never another woman," Janet would tell people lightly. "He left me for a yak." And indeed, Finn's next expedition, before the divorce was even final, had been to Mongolia. So people would laugh and say he was incorrigible. But Bella knew that he had hurt Janet horribly when it happened, and it hurt still. She and her mother were not on the same wavelength, and they never would be. But there are some things you can't avoid knowing if you're part of a family. And would never say aloud, of course. "Have you spoken to your father?" Janet asked on Saturday morning. They were in the local town, doing some mother and daughter bonding in Janet's favourite dress shop. "No. I sent him a text when I got back, and I've tried a couple of emails, but he hasn't called me. I suppose he's somewhere out of range." "Patagonia," said Janet, who always knew what her ex-husband was doing. "Georgia said they might meet up somewhere before she comes back to London. She's coming for Christmas, by the way." "Oh, that's nice. Will Neil and Val be here too?" Janet's face closed. "I've no idea. Neil is being very difficult at the moment." "Really? It's not just me he's avoiding then?" said Bella, relieved. She'd been hurt by Neil's failure to reply to her messages. Janet sniffed. "I suspect he's been talking to his father. Finn would never make up his mind about Christmas either. But now you're back, you'll be coming, won't you? Unless you're going back to that island." "No, Ma, that's finished." "Good." Janet patted Bella's shoulder awkwardly, as if she were afraid of offending her. "I mean, you said it was a dead end, didn't you? Do you want to talk to Kevin about a job? I know he'd like to help." "No, thanks, Ma. I've got a job to tide me over and the long-term career search is in hand." "You're such a capable girl," said her mother involuntarily. "I wish I'd been more like you when I was your age." Bella stared. "You're one of the most capable women I know. You're always organising things." "Not when I was your age. Wouldn't say boo to a goose. Your father used to say—" Janet stopped abruptly. "Well, that's ancient history. Now, what about me buying you something smart for those interviews? And some good warm trousers so you can walk round the golf course with me tomorrow?" Normally, Bella would have said no. She'd been buying her own clothes since she was 14, and anyway, they never liked the same things. But this time, something made her say, "Yes, thank you, Ma. That'd be great." Janet flushed. "Really?" She looked so surprised that Bella felt a flicker of compunction. She gave her mother a quick, awkward hug. So Janet presented her with an outfit for a cold but smart day in the country with the wealthy middle-aged, plus a discreetly expensive business suit for interviews. And then there was the frock. For Christmas parties and special occasions, said Janet, though Bella thought it made her look like a middle-aged golf wife on the prowl. All of them made Bella feel mildly depressed. Janet, however, was delighted. "You have lost a lot of weight. Wish I could," she congratulated her daughter. But actually, Bella was a bit shocked to discover how much thinner she was than when she had left. All her trousers were so loose she could stuff a cushion down the front of them, and a couple of pairs actually wouldn't stay up anymore. Shirts flapped, and her smartest party dress was unwearable, because she kept moving around inside the boned bodice. "Bella's gone down 2 sizes," Janet told her Saturday night guests, plainly delighted. Bella soon understood why. They all congratulated Janet as if this were the highest maternal achievement, but Kevin, who never commented on his wife or stepdaughter's appearance, said it didn't suit Bella. She was looking ill. And when she came to pack her clothes to take back with her to London, it disconcerted her to find how few of them still fitted. She knew she had lost weight on the island. Everyone did. They were racing around so much, and there was often not quite enough food to go round. But the email said they all started going back to normal the moment they got home. Whereas she looked at herself in the mirror. Could she have lost more weight over this last crazy week? She'd been eating, hadn't she? But, thinking about it, she realised she hadn't, or not much. Not since her dinner with Lottie. She was never hungry at breakfast. At lunchtime she walked round, glad to get out into the air and move after the confines of her cubbyhole. Bella tried, but she couldn't remember buying herself so much as a sandwich for lunch. In the evening, she could only be bothered to eat if Lottie was there. Could her stepfather be right? Bella felt a flicker of alarm. Lottie's older sister had had a bout of anorexia in her teens, and she always said that it crept up on her. She'd started losing weight, everyone admired her, so she decided to lose more, and then she couldn't stop. I'm not a teenager, thought Bella. That's not going to happen to me. I am in charge of my life. But she might have to take care to remember to eat for a while. The possibility did not even occur to her mother, though. "Ha! You can't be too thin," she laughed. They were at Janet's golf club by then, where her buddies from the ladies' section were frankly envious. They'd never had much time for Bella before. It was mutual, though Bella tried not to let it show, out of a sort of exasperated affection for her mother. They either interrogated her, or offered advice on man-catching so explicit that it made Bella wince, which she tried to hide. But they were experts in diets. "Wish my daughter could lose a few pounds. You look like a model, darling," said the social secretary, her eyes snapping. How could you say darling and make it sound like rat face? The woman looked like a witch, too, with a thin scarlet mouth and expressionless Botoxed face. Bella was not impressed, but her mother preened, so she bit back a sharp retort. The husband of the Botoxed one had been knighted in the last New Year's honours, and Janet was dying to get them to come to her next drinks party. "She must be in love," said the captain of the ladies' section. She was a wealthy singleton, with a racy past and an eye for other people's husbands. Bella often thought that the others only forgave her because of her mansion on the hill and her top-of-the-range Mercedes convertible. "That makes the pounds fly away, I always find." Everyone laughed sycophantically, though no one was really amused, thought Bella. The thin ones didn't like the reminder that they didn't have lovers, and the fat ones didn't want to remember that they weren't thin. "I want to get out of here." But Bella made the effort and laughed too, though she was starting to feel stifled. It often happened when she was with her mother's friends. "Have you got a boyfriend, Bella?" said the witch queen. "No," she said. "Yes," said her mother loudly. She gave that trill of artificial laughter that always made Bella want to put her head under a cushion until she stopped. "Of course, her lovely Frances will be abroad for a while yet." The ladies' section knew marketing when they saw it. "Broke up, did you?" "No," said Bella. "Well, you couldn't break up if you were never an item anyway, could you?" Her mother relaxed visibly. The daughter's boyfriend was a very important status symbol in the ladies' section. Bella started to count the hours before she could decently leave. Her mother tried to persuade her to stay until Monday morning. "You know how dreadful Sunday trains are, Bella. You might just as well stay the night. You can go up with Kevin on the train tomorrow and then straight into work." But Bella felt that if she stayed any longer, she would scream. "I've got all those clothes to take back," she said. "Don't want to haul them through the rush hour. Besides, I want to get myself sorted before the start of the working week." Her mother argued, but her stepfather came to her rescue. "Let the girl do what makes her comfortable. We'll see her soon." And on the way to the station, he said, "Don't want to pry, none of my business, but you know you can always come home, don't you? If your plans don't work out, or anything." And when he took her bags out of the car, he said hesitantly, "All right for money?" Even though he wasn't a touchy-feely sort of stepfather, Bella hugged him then. "I'm fine, Kevin. Really. Don't worry about me." "We do. Can't help it," he said gruffly, pink-cheeked but pleased. "Look after yourself. And don't forget, there's always your old room if you need it." But when she settled down into her seat on the train, it felt like being let out of prison. It was a slow, Sunday afternoon train, meandering through the darkening countryside. Eventually, it got too dark to see anything but the inside of the carriage reflected in the windows. Bella pulled out her phone and checked her messages. There were several from old friends, hearing that she was back and wanting to meet, and one from Neil, at last. Oddly cagey, she thought. No invitation to visit still, but at least he'd said he'd be up in London next week, and maybe they could have a coffee, if he could fit it in. This was so unlike him that Bella was worried. But then there was a text from a number she knew, and she forgot about Neil, friends, everything. "Call me." Bella sat bolt upright. It had been sent yesterday evening. There were other missed calls, and then a message on her voicemail. "Bella, where are you? Can we talk?" Without giving herself time to think, she pressed the call button. He picked up at once. "Bella!" He sounded amazingly relieved. "Hi," she said cautiously. "Where are you?" "On a train." "Oh." He clearly didn't expect that. "Why? Where? What's happening? Are you taking off again?" He was uncharacteristically distracted. "I spent the weekend with my mother. I'm heading back to London now." "Oh, right. Look, I know what I said, but I can't stop thinking about you. Do you think we could, well, give it another go? Your way? Not telling anyone? Trying to keep it quiet? I mean, it's worth a try." She couldn't speak. "Isn't it, Bella? Bella? Are you there?" She swallowed hard. "Yes, I'm here. And yes, it's worth a try." "Thank God," he said quietly. She was astonished. "What? What train are you on? Which station are you coming into? I want to meet you." It sounded like heaven. She gave him the details. She even braced herself for curious glances, and even, maybe, someone catching them with a phone camera. But she needn't have worried. Waterloo on Sunday afternoon was as empty as she had ever seen it, and the untidy man slouching towards her in scuffed jeans and a grubby Batman t-shirt didn't attract a second glance from anyone. Bella wheeled the big suitcase through the barrier and walked straight into his arms. He held her as if he would never let her go. Thank you for listening. Wow, that was another rather charming chapter, I felt. Do remember to share your thoughts and feelings down in the comments. And do come back for chapter 7 to find out what happens now that Richard and Bella are reunited and seem to be trying to make a go of things, for better or worse, despite the complications of being under the public spotlight. How will it go? I don't know. Come back next time for some more To Marry a Prince. Thank you so much as always for joining me. I really hope you're enjoying my reading, and that you're enjoying this story, of course. I hope you're doing well. Take care, and read to you soon. Hello there, and welcome back to my reading of Sophie Page's To Marry a Prince. Thank you very much again for my patron Teresa for commissioning this one, and a quick thank you to all of my patrons, past and present, for your invaluable support. Thanks so much, everybody. Well, chapter 6 was another charming one, I thought. Especially those last few pages. I couldn't just quite picture how they were going to bring the two of them back together again. They were obviously going to come back together again. But I thought this scene in the train station, and before that, the missed calls and the voice messages and the little phone conversation and everything was really quite sweet, and certainly left me feeling curious as to how they were going to push the story forward from there. So thanks so much for joining as always, and I really hope you enjoy this next chapter. If you do, please do remember those thumbs up, do leave me a comment, share the video, subscribe, you know the drill. It really does mean a lot. Okay, let's get started. Unexpected Delights in Decor, Mondan Magazine. He took her hand and walked her out to the south bank. There were swags of lights looped along the embankment on the other side of the river. They went to the parapet and stood there, arms round each other. Trains rumbled across the Hungerford Bridge above them, and the dark water rippled and surged around its struts. It's like fairyland. All those lights. I've never seen this before, or never noticed. Nor me, said Richard, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. I've missed you, he groaned. Me too. I couldn't wait to get away from my mother today, just because some silly woman at her club said I must be in love. His arms tightened, and for a moment he said nothing at all. I've been moping around like an idiot. I've been snarling at everyone. Poor Ian thinks I'm losing my mind. Ian, the security man. Ian, the provider of anonymous cars and multiple alibis, he said, that note of laughter back in his voice at last. You're going to have to meet him. She rubbed her face against his jacket. So, we're not going to be entirely secret then? He kissed her. We're going to need a couple of co-conspirators, I think. Your Lottie will have to know anyway. Do you mind? Mind lots knowing? Of course not. She's my best friend. Anyway, she'd smell a rat if I suddenly went round beaming from ear to ear without telling her why. Are you? Beaming from ear to ear? What do you think? Just look at me. They kissed for a lot longer this time. In the end, he raised his head and said shakily, We'd better walk, or this will get out of hand. Goody. Walk, woman, walk. They did, for at least a couple of steps. Then he stopped and turned her towards him, and they kissed again. In spite of the cold, Bella felt as warm as toast, all yielding and open. She was really glad that Lottie had given her that sapphire kimono, she thought. What to wear in bed wasn't a problem, but it was hard to keep the magic going if you had to prowl round in cast-off clothes afterwards. Sapphire kimono? She hauled herself away from him with a yelp. "I had a bloody suitcase! Where is it? What have I done with it? Did I walk away and leave it on Waterloo Station?" He dropped his arms and looked round. No, I had it. Ah, it's there." He sprinted back to the place where they had leaned against the wall, looking out across the water. The suitcase still stood there, its handle pulled up. It looked like a small, abandoned alien, hunched and reproachful. He dragged it back to her, bubbling with laughter. "Think we got a bit carried away. If we'd left the thing much longer, someone would have reported it and the police would have come along and blown it up. Maybe we ought to get inside before we cause a major incident. Sounds good to me." He placed the suitcase in front of them and fished out his phone. "Ian, we're on the South Bank. Can you pick us up by the National Theatre? Usual place." A pause, while Ian clearly asked a question. And Richard, looking at her, answered him. "No, everything's perfect. Just perfect." They went to a house in a village off the M40 somewhere. Ian drove, with Richard sitting beside him. He murmured an apology about that, but Bella said, "Just as well. Don't know how much longer I can keep my hands off you." And he gave a squawk of laughter and thrust her into the back seat without ceremony. Ian, very sensibly, pretended not to hear. Once they were on their way, Richard swung round to talk to her. "This is a secret, right? Not just because of you and me. Ian's job is to keep me safe from assassins and people who throw paint. He's not my driver, and it is not part of his duties to fix me up with bolt holes." Ian grinned. "You're welcome." "Yes, and I'm very grateful, but this is the last time." Bella mimed a kiss, and watched with deep satisfaction the way Richard's eyes kindled. "I'll take charge of the bolt hole aspect, shall I?" she said sweetly. "Probably easier," said Ian. "His Highness has credit cards in, pen names, but these things always get out. And if I may make a suggestion, probably best not to make a habit of going anywhere too often. Even if the press don't sniff it out, you can never be too careful with the general public." "Thank you. I'll bear that in mind." Richard looked irritated. "I don't like leaving it to you. Good for you to have someone else in charge. I bet you get your own way all the time." But both Richard and Ian laughed noisily at this idea. Ian said, "The prince is a slave to his diary." "Which reminds me," Richard said, "I'll put a copy on a memory stick for you. It won't change much between now and Christmas, at least." "Thank you, I think. So, where are we going now?" Richard said, "House belonging to a friend of Ian's who's away. We have to be extra careful with this one. It could be traced back." "How careful is extra careful? No lights? No flushing the loo in case the neighbour's here?" Richard's eyes danced. "I don't think we have to be that self-denying. Just not answering the door will do." But Ian said, "Actually, no lights on in the front of the place would be a good idea." "See?" said Bella. "I'm a natural at this undercover stuff," and stuck her tongue out at Richard naughtily, just so she could watch his eyes kindle all over again. "You are so rewarding," she murmured, as Ian looked over his shoulder and pulled out into the fast lane on the motorway. Richard's expression promised revenge. She wriggled in happy anticipation. The house was a tiny detached stone cottage next to an untidy farm entrance off a single-track lane with high hedges. Ian drove in off the road, parked out of sight in the lee of a privet hedge, and they all got out. "Couldn't be better," said Richard. But Ian was not happy. "This place is a kidnapper's wet dream. Let me book you into the pub." But Richard waved the idea away. "You know the guy. I know the guy. Nobody followed us. Relax." "But, Ian?" "Yes? Go inside and check it out. Do whatever you must. Then push off to the pub and don't come back till morning." Ian threw his hands up. "Whatever you say, boss." The moment he disappeared into the house, Richard and Bella went into each other's arms, kissing frantically. "You're a dirty, rotten tease," he said. "Would you say rotten? I thought I was quite good. God, I want you. Glad to hear it." Ian came back. He approached them with caution and a certain amount of throat clearing. "No problem. The back door is rotten, so anyone could kick it in. I suggest you lock the door from the kitchen to the rest of the house. Everything else looks fine. And keep your pager with you at all times." "Yes, officer." "I'll take the food in, and then I'll be at the pub. It's a quarter of a mile further on. I can be here in 3 minutes if you call." "We won't, and we'll take the food in," said Richard firmly. "You push off and have fun." "Likewise," said Ian. Heard what he'd said, clearly wished he hadn't, slapped the key into Richard's hand, and left in disarray. If he'd looked in his rearview mirror, he would have seen his delinquent charges hopping about, clutching their sides with mirth. Richard wouldn't let Bella help unload. "This is man's work," he said, inflating his chest and beating it King Kong style. But, rather to her surprise, he got her case, a carrier bag of food from Marks and Spencer, and his own overnight bag indoors in record time. He closed the door, locked it, pulled the rusty old curtain draft excluder across it, and said softly, "Come here, you wicked tease. You've been taunting me for 57 miles. Now you pay. Promises, promises." But neither of them could hold out any longer. Richard just about managed to shrug off his coat before Bella jumped at him, hauling at his sweater and shirt so that she could get her hands on his skin, kissing his throat, his ear, the hard jaw and soft hair. And then she reached his mouth. She found the button at the top of his jeans. Jesus! She leaned back in his arms. She was breathless and every nerve quivered, but she was still ready to challenge him. "Oh, sorry, do you want to unpack first?" "Ah!" he shouted, and went into full King Kong mode. He picked her up and thundered up the narrow stairs that they shook. He hesitated, briefly, at the top. "Not the front," Bella managed. "Ian said, nothing facing the road." So Richard plunged into the back bedroom, and they fell together onto the bed, their clothes coming off in a tangle and falling where they were thrown. A long, lovely time later, Bella lay with her head against his shoulder, and his arm wrapped round her, holding her close. She considered the strange shapes in the moonlit room. "Is that your shirt on a lampshade? Heck, is it even a lampshade?" "As far as I remember," he said sleepily. "My shirt is somewhere on the stairs." She wriggled, remembering. "Think you could be right. So what's that?" He didn't open his eyes. "No idea." She pummeled his ribs. "You could at least look." He opened one eye, then the other. "No idea. Hey, that's not clothes. That's a cat." "It can't be a cat. I can see whiskers," he said, really interested now. He got out of bed. When had they got under the covers? And, after carefully drawing the curtains together, put on the light. "Ow, ow," said Bella, pulling a pillow over her head to cover her eyes. "It is a cat," Richard said triumphantly. She pushed the pillow away to see him reach up. He was so tall, he could lay the palm of his hand flat against the low ceiling and carefully remove something from the wildly swinging light fitting. "There," he said, lobbing it onto the bed. Bella prodded it cautiously, but the fur was definitely fake, and it felt more like a limp cushion than anything that had ever been alive. "I think you'll find," said Richard in the tones of a connoisseur, "that it's a night dress case. Probably handmade." "You're joking, aren't you?" "Nope." Bella picked the thing up cautiously and shook it out. He was right. It was made of orange-coloured fake fur, with limp, stubby paws and pipe-cleaner whiskers. On one side, these were bent out of shape. Richard took it away from her and straightened the whiskers briskly. Then he turned it upside down and parted the fur to reveal a pouch where someone was supposed to install their night attire. There, you see? He flipped it back and made pouncy movements over the covers towards her. The cat had a louche, piratical expression. "It's winking at me," said Bella, affronted. "Can you blame it?" He took it away from her and put it on top of the wardrobe. "How did you know it was a night-dress case?" she said suspiciously. "It goes with the job. When you've opened as many school bring-and-buy sales as I have, you get to know the product." He kissed her casually. It was breathtakingly possessive. "He thinks we belong together," she thought, startled. "Hungry?" She yawned and stretched. "Suppose so." "I could eat a giraffe," he announced cheerfully. "I'll go and see what Ian has brought us." He thundered off downstairs. Bella got out of bed more slowly and patted the covers as if they were the blanket on a friendly horse. There was distinct chill in the air, but with nothing obvious to wrap herself in, she ran downstairs too. She flipped open her case, dragged out the sapphire kimono, and padded barefoot into the kitchen. Richard was in the kitchen. He had found his trousers at some point on the journey, and was standing, betrousered but bare-chest, at the kitchen table, unpacking the Marks and Sparks bag. Bella went up to him and put her arms round his waist. "What have you found?" He picked up her hand and kissed her knuckles absently. "It's a real boy's bag, I'm afraid. Everything for the microwave. How do you feel about pizza?" She kissed his shoulder blade and watched the muscles twitch responsively. "Whatever." The kitchen spanned the width of the house. It had a sagging sofa at one end, covered in a hand-knitted throw beside an open fire. This, Bella saw, was already laid. "Do you think we can light it?" "Of course," said Richard, puzzled. "That means we have to clear it out and relay it before we leave," she said warningly. "Naturally." "Well, have you ever done it before? How hard can it be?" "It's a skill," said Bella, who had lived with open fires several times in her life and never got the hang of them. He waved a lordly, no, princely hand and announced, "If we can't work out how it's done, we'll Google it." She was skeptical. "If you say so, dear." He kissed her quickly. "Trust me, I'm not as useless as I look." She shivered voluptuously. "Not useless at all." His eyes darkened. "Now, look. Do you want feeding or don't you?" "Yes," she said hurriedly, retreating behind the table. "Yes, you're hungry, and I was telling myself only today that I need to remember to eat. So break out your pizza." But Ian had provided red wine and olives and garlic bread and various cold meats as well. So Richard lit the fire, and Bella pulled cushions off the sofa and every chair in the place and made a nest in front of the flames. She found glasses and plates and even a corkscrew, though Richard said he knew how to open a bottle of wine with just a key, a trick he had learned from his obligatory stint in the Navy, and they ate nibbles and pizza in front of a friendly blaze. He was, she found, surprisingly good at knowing when to feed the fire to keep it crackling away merrily. "Norman castles run in the family," he said lightly. "I once met a World War II veteran who told me that life was so hard when he was a child that he had ice on the inside of his bedroom window in winter. I didn't like to say that there's still ice on the inside of mine in Scotland." Bella was appalled. "But why?" "Tradition. And living in a listed building that is also an ancient monument. And it's character-forming, allegedly." She was oddly moved. "It's not all joy being a prince, is it?" He kissed her nose. "It's not all joy being an ecologist counting fish, either. Into each life a little rain must fall. Shall I put on another pizza? Artichoke or American hot? Hot. When he brought it back, she nibbled at a slice, partly to be companionable, partly to soak up the wine, which was truly delicious. Ian's taste in wine is better than his food, she said idly. Next time I'll cook for you. I'll hold you to that. She held up the glass of wine so that the firelight played through it, turning it ruby red. What's your best memory? What? You must have a good memory. A place you go to when everything else is shite. He raised himself on one elbow, staring at her curiously. Sounds as if you have one, at least. Tell? Bella smiled reminiscently. My grandmother Georgia's birthday one year. You will, she corrected herself, may like my grandmother Georgia. She made us all go for a huge walk, so my parents couldn't argue, and then my brother and I got to recite things she'd taught us. Neil had Lord Lundy, but she said I was too young for politics, so I had to do a bit of Winnie the Pooh. She's a tough cookie, my grandmother. And my mother laughed, and so did my father, and they both said we were wonderful, and my father took photographs. And then I knocked over some sodding enormous Chinese urn with a massive spiky plant in it, and they all laughed even harder. Was this when your father told you not to be an actress? She was momentarily sidetracked. Did I tell you that? I'd forgotten. I hadn't, he said, his mouth full of pepperoni pizza. And then my grandmother said it was too late to go home and everyone had had too much to drink to drive, and we all stayed the night in this little pub. Wales, I think it was. They only had 3 rooms, so my brother and I had to share. And he decided that I was too little to be left up there on my own while they all had grown-up dinner, so he came and read me a story. It was something he was learning at school. Might have been Dickens. I don't know. I just remember falling asleep to this exciting story and the grown-ups talking away downstairs as if they liked each other. There were oak beams in the ceiling, and creaky floors, and the smell of furniture polish and summer. She stopped. Am I making sense? His eyes were warm. Lots of sense. She held up the glass again, looking at him through the firelit wine. Your turn. He put his wine glass down and stretched out, looking into the fire. A good memory? My first climb, I suppose. It was so unexpected. She lowered the glass and stared at him blankly. He was rueful. I got into terrible trouble. For the first time ever. She was even more confused. Your best memory is getting into trouble? No, of course not. Especially as everyone else involved was carpeted too. I never wanted to get anyone into trouble, but I suffered from congenital good behaviour. Still do, I suppose. And it was such a great feeling. She was intrigued. How old were you? Oh, I don't know. 11, 12, not old enough or strong enough, anyway. But I've always liked climbing things. And this father of a school friend said that if I was going to climb anyway, I'd better learn how to do it properly. You climb? Anything that goes up high enough, he said serenely. Rocks, mountains, masts. I'm a reasonable sailor, but that's always the best part of it for me, climbing the mast in a brisk wind. There are several good walls and assorted palaces, too. I've been up most of them. But you never forget that first climb, when you actually get to the top and don't give up. I scrambled up this bit of screen sky. I remember standing on the top with my head in the clouds. It felt as if I could do anything. Good heavens. He picked up his wine again and slugged it back, looking into the fire as logs shifted and fell apart. You know what's really sad? When most people feel like that, they say they feel like a king. So, a muscle was working in his jaw. Bella wanted to reach out and calm it, but somehow she thought that this was something he needed to tell himself, not her. Well? She prompted gently. My father's been king most of my life. I don't think he's ever felt like that. and neither will I when... He broke off. Hell, we're not supposed to be talking about bloody families. I want to know about you. Bella punched a couple of cushions and took the glass away from him. She set it down carefully on the hearth. My pleasure. Let me introduce you to my very smart new kimono, gift of my friend Lottie. For some reason, they've put a ducky little tassel on the belt. She folded his fingers round the tassel. Got it? Got it, he said gravely, leaning over her and starting to pull the silk sash very, very slowly. Well done, she said, approving and just a little breathless. She felt hot and cold, between the flames and the shadows, weak as water under his hands, and, at the same time, the most powerful force in the world. She smelled wood smoke and wine, with a side order of garlic bread. The old cushions felt heavenly. The intensity in his eyes was dazzling. It felt so right to be here, in this place, at this moment. They stopped talking. Thank you for listening. Well. Things start to get serious. I wonder if things will continue as smoothly. Did anybody spot them? Was the bolt hole as secure as they hoped? You'll have to join me next time to find out. I do hope you enjoyed that one. If you've any feelings at all, do leave me a comment down below. It'd be wonderful to hear what you're thinking of the series so far, and if you've any feelings on my narration, perhaps any guesses to what direction the story's gonna take. And do, of course, join me next time for Chapter 8. Always good fun to marry a prince. Until next time, take care. Do go check out my other videos. Have you checked out my wildlife commentaries? If not, go take a look. And whether with this book, or another story or series, read to you soon.